I'm alongside screenshots of the text exchange saying, my 5 kids are going through mold poisoning and we need a home, and this is how you treat people, mocking their situation. Mock.
Yeah.
In photos.
Yeah.
The 90210 actress and her children, 16-year-old Liam, 15-year-old Stella, 11-year-old Hattie, 10-year-old Finn, and 6-year-old Bo, can be seen sitting in camping chairs in front of a mobile home in Ventura County, California. She was spotted passing out snacks to her kids before hanging up clothes to dry outside.
That's a big undertaking, and she's doing it all herself.
The kids were reportedly enjoying exploring the beach nearby. It's pretty wild to think about her and her childhood and that gigantic house that she grew up in.
She should be getting some of that, but she has a very acrimonious relationship with Candy Spelling.
Is that her
who
birth
stepped
mother?
in. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Wait,
I'm not
we do this
sure.
all the time. Every time we talk about her, it is her. I believe it is.
Is it?
I'm looking it up again.
Well, she's really crappy to her daughter.
Yeah. All right, while you're looking that up, we'll see if we can get an answer to the stupid question at the end of Good Will Hunting. Sean says he's going to travel for a while. What 3 places does he say he's going to travel to? We'll go to John. Hey, John, hi.
Hey, John, this is to Preston, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I'm pretty sure I just watched this stupid movie, whatever.
Wait a
and,
minute.
just
Wait.
wanted to-
Did you just call Good Will Hunting a stupid movie?
No, it's a great movie I catch it halfway through, and it's all about, whatever, I'm busy,
And you have things. You can't pay total attention. You got stuff going on.
I love it. But China, India, and Maryland.
Be more specific on Maryland.
Nah, I don't have that.
Oh.
Name a city. Name a city.
Name a
in
city
Maryland.
in Maryland.
Orioles.
Baltimore.
There it is. There you go.
Wow.
All right, thank you.
Amazing.
All right, John.
The guy already said he couldn't watch the movie.
Hey, John,
Completely.
go ahead and crack open another fresh one, buddy. Hang on the line. We're going to get your information. We're going to send you over the 4-pack of tickets with meal vouchers to the 3 Ice Championship game. Saturday, August 12th, at the Wells Fargo Center. For a limited time, you can score tickets for just $10. You can go to 3ice.com to take advantage of this special offer. That's the number 3, ICE.com. This is pretty awesome. Robert Downey Jr. took to his Instagram stories on Tuesday and revealed that he is giving away 6 of his vintage cars.
That's pretty cool.
Are you guys watching his little docu thingy on?
No.
Is it Apple TV? It's one of those. No, it's on Max. It's on Max. It's him refurb. He's a big car guy.
Okay.
And,
Never knew that.
Yeah.
So he shared a photo of himself resting his head on his hands as he stood in front of the vehicle. So People reports the cars include, and there's a couple good ones in here. First of all, my favorite series of the Corvette, the 1965 Vet.
Oh, nice.
1966 Buick Rivera, a 1969 Mercedes-Benz 280 SE, a 1972 Chevrolet K10 pickup, a 72 VW bus,
Oh, I want that one.
and a 1985 Chevrolet El Camino.
El Camino.
Uh-huh.
Now, did he make because the first episode that I watched, I believe it was that K10, he turned electric.
So, a website created for the RDJ Dream Cars giveaway states the cars have been converted to drive to a pollution-free future.
Okay.
I don't know if that means all EV or some type of hybrids or who knows, or even, vegetable oil. I have no idea. But he added on his Instagram story that he said no purchase or donation required, and making one will not increase chances of winning. No purchase or donation required. Usually for these, there's like some kind of quick donation you need to make.
Right.
You can just enter to win.
All right.
Yeah. Is the show good, Case?
It was okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Stinks.
No, it doesn't stink, but I don't know. I just I wasn't compelled to watch the second episode.
All right. Enough said.
On Thursday's episode of Heart to Heart, Will Smith got candid about the mistakes he made when he pushed his children into the entertainment industry more than a decade ago.
There's Will Smith. He's gorgeous.
He said to Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart, not Mr. Hart. 2010 was like the greatest year as an artist, as a parent. He said Karate Kid came out in June. Whip My Hair came out in October, referring to Jaden's movie and Willow's song. which were both highly successful. He said, I'm building this dream of a family that I've had in my mind. He said, I'm going to do it better than my father did. He said, we've talked about it. My father was abusive, and I told myself I would never have that kind of energy with my family. Only comedians.
Yes.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, he didn't say that, but... and I had a dream, an idea of a family I was building. Pretty much 2010 to 2012, I had achieved everything I had ever dreamed. I was beyond my wildest dreams. And then he realized that he was the only one enjoying the success. He said, nobody in my family was happy. Nobody wanted to be in a platoon. Willow was the first one to begin the mutiny. And it was my first realization that success and money don't mean happiness. Up until that point, I really believed that you could succeed your way to a house and a family, and you could win your way to happiness. So I guess they started to kind of reel back on, everybody getting in on.
Yeah, has to have an entertainment career.
Yeah. So here's a follow-up to a conversation we had a couple of days ago. Lizzo, the singer,
yes,
has broken her silence, saying that she is hurt as she dismissed the sexual harassment and hostile work environment allegations made by 3 former dancers in a lawsuit this week as unbelievable and outrageous.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
I'm representing Lizzo.
So
Were the dancers female or male?
Female. Yeah.
There are actually more coming forward now, so we'll see what that all adds to this maelstrom.
So she shared on Instagram, these last few days have been gut-wrenchingly difficult and overwhelmingly disappointing. My work ethic, morals, and respectfulness has been questioned. My character has been criticized. She said, usually I choose not to respond to false allegations, but these are as unbelievable as they sound and too outrageous to not be addressed.
Hey, did she give out the address of that?
Professional. I have a few of the details. It's a lengthy story once again. She stated that in creating her music and performances, she said, sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of the team. I am not here to be looked at as a victim, but I also know that I am not the villain that people and the media have portrayed me to be in the last few days. She maintained that she's very open about expressing her sexuality, but she said, I cannot accept or allow people to use that openness to make me out to be something I am not. The suit accused the star, known for embracing body positivity, of calling attention to one dancer, Ariana Davis, over her weight gain and later berating, then firing her after she recorded a meeting because of a health condition.
So there's a recording of this firing and this meeting?
That's apparently, this gal did it. So
plot thickens.
So this lawyer, his name is Zambrano. This is his last name anyway. It's not like, Cher.
He's Zambrano.
He's Zambrano.
I'm the lawyer. My name's Zambrano.
He said that her statement showed a lack of empathy. He added that while Lizzo said that it wasn't her intention to make anyone uncomfortable, that is exactly what she did, to the point of demoralizing her dancers and flagrantly violating the law. Now, Marty Singer, one of the attorneys for Lizzo, called the lawsuit specious.
It's specious and scurrilous.
A sham.
A sham and a mockery of a sham.
And,
2 shams and a mockery.
And without merit.
Without merit whatsoever.
Yes. He had said, while we are confident that Lizzo will be...
Besides, I love big chicks.
You might want to stop talking.
What is that? I like them big and beefy.
Okay. That's private information.
When you're on top of a big chick like that, you're going at it. There's just so much to look at.
Marty.
What?
Stop talking.
Yeah.
Oh, am I in deep now? Let me rephrase.
No, you don't have to.
No,
it's like a ripple action. Do you understand what it's like being on a waterbed? You're getting,
Marty.
All right, love the fat chicks.
So he said about the suit, we are confident that Lizzo will be completely vindicated in this matter.
Marty Singer has... Is there a name that pops up more when it comes to defense attorneys for celebrities?
Gloria Allred, I think, is the other one.
But Marty Singer, those are the two.
Those are the ones you hear all the time. Yeah.
I do understand the other lawyer's point of view, where I feel like she said the wrong thing. I feel like Lizzo could have had meant like no malice, like hey, we're having fun. Hey, join the fun. We're having a great time.
Have a vagina banana.
And not everybody might be into that, and you know what I mean. Like, so just maybe.
Well, that's for the court to decide.
I know. Yeah.
So look at this. So Kevin Spacey. Look at all the stuff against Kevin Spacey. Yeah. So the jurors and everybody in that case saw merit to his defense, which was, I'm just a flirty guy. Mm-hmm. So that was the tone of it. Maybe that's the same way it'll work with this.
Yeah.
So are you saying, like, if there's a bunch of people in the room and they're laughing about something that's inappropriate, but there's one person that doesn't think it's funny, that's...
No. Like, what is?
Just joking.
I know, but it seemed like that from their claim that the dancers
building a lawsuit.
that they were pushing this one gal in the bar to, come on, do it.
Yeah.
And apparently they kept doing that, or Lizzo kept doing that. Come on. And when it's your boss, you might feel, I have to do this, even though you don't really want to. When it's upon your boss to go, okay, I got it, cool. You don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. That type of thing.
Look, we all do stuff. We had to eat molten milk balls out of Bill's ass,
and I didn't want to.
And those things look like poop.
Look like poop.
And not because it's.
I mean, it was a pleasant surprise to find out it was candy.
I just don't like malted milk balls. I would have eaten milk duds out of Bill's ass.
Okay, but not the malted.
Not the malted milk. That's disgusting.
Bill will occasionally be like, so were you comfortable with that conversation today?
Yeah.
Like,
or are you on your menstrual period?
Yeah, and then says that.
Well, all right. So remember when we did Cornhole at Keenan's, and we had two giant boxes of sex toys in here?
Yeah.
Well, we were sorting through them, and then the interns walked into the room, and I said, before you guys even walk in here, you guys need to know that this is what's going on in this room. Yeah. And if you're not comfortable with that, you can leave.
Yeah. You can go and take your stuff with you.
Yeah.
No, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
If you're uncomfortable with this, we're cool. Just let us know. So,
that's good to know.
Well, we'll see what happens with the Lizzo thing. Reports that Reese Witherspoon and Jim Toth have finalized their divorce 4 months after the pair announced that they were going to go their separate ways. So they have apparently they've finalized.
It's going living separate lives.
The former couple, who were together for 12 years,
that's a good run,
had a prenup in place and agreed on parenting and a parenting plan for their 10-year-old son, Tennessee. By the way, so.
Did I tell you guys she showed up at a function that my brother was at?
Reese Witherspoon?
Yeah. Uh-oh. And this is down in Virginia, and my brother's happily married, but there were some single dudes there, and Reese apparently is being pretty flirty.
Oh.
Like younger guys, yeah.
I would love to be around a flirty Reese Witherspoon.
I know, right?
Yes. Okay. How about this? This is kind of fun. Jamila Jamil shared a photo on Instagram featuring the Good Place cast members on the SAG-AFTRA picket line. There have been some casts that have been kind of reuniting.
Yes, and having fun, it looks
at the pickets. And so Kristen Bell, Ted Danson, Darcy Carden, Nick Offerman, and Mark Evan Jackson all held picket signs alongside Jamil.
Look at Nick Offerman's face. He's in the background.
Oh, yeah, he looks pissed off. The She-Hulk actress wrote, this show was one of the most beautiful experiences of our lives because every member of the crew on that set and the vibe of the set changes the work on screen, and you can feel it vibrate through the art all the way to the audience. She said, what is being proposed reduces and eventually destroys this craft, the community, and this work because nothing created on a computer can ever embody that, the humanity of people working as one. But they had a good time hanging out together, reuniting.
And it felt so good.
How about this, man? John Mulaney announced via Instagram recently that he is teaming up with Pete Davidson and Jon Stewart for a joint comedy tour.
That's
pretty huge.
Yeah.
And it's going to be in our area.
So you saw John Mulaney in concert.
Yeah.
Great, yes.
It was great.
I mean,
it was hilarious.
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the idea is nice to do this multiple person tour, but I could just go see John Mulaney.
Well, listen to this. The trio will be performing in Springfield, Maryland on September 8th, then Bethlehem, Pennsylvania on September 9th, and Atlantic City, New Jersey on September 10th.
I'm going to go to that.
So, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And the Bethlehem and AC show obviously are in our area.
So then it's obvious that they're going to all come in and do the show.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
This marks Davidson's first tour since entering rehab earlier this summer. Tickets will be available to the general public on Friday.
So the show in Bethlehem, Preston, is at a place I don't know called the Wind Creek Event Center, and then the ones in AC are at Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena.
Wasn't there a shot of Pete Davidson and Jon Stewart sitting courtside?
Yeah, they're buddies. I've seen Jon Stewart's comedy stand up a few times, and it's great. It was one time when Pierre interviewed him, he did a show at the Tower Theater. It was just phenomenal.
I mean, the dude spoke glowingly about WMMR.
Yeah, he grew up listening to MMR.
I don't think he owes us.
Right.
Okay, so they got 2 shows in Atlantic City that day. It's a Sunday show, which disappointed me, but they do have a 3 o'clock show, which for me is attainable.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Huh.
So we'll reach out to them, see if they can check in with us. Leslie David Baker, the guy who played Stanley on The Office, issued a statement to Instagram on Tuesday regarding the spinoff titled Uncle Stan that he launched a Kickstarter for in 2020. Baker said the project had been stalled due to COVID and the joint WGA SAG-AFTRA strike. He also shared that he will be refunding the $110,629.81 of the money that was raised, and that he still plans to make the show once the strikes are over.
Yeah, of all I did, I think, 2 Kickstarter things that didn't reach fruition.
Yeah, you know what?
Didn't happen.
So with that, so he's returning the money.
Yeah.
Kickstarters don't have to return your money.
I didn't get my money back.
And
I spent $250,000.
Can people start a Kickstarter with the intention of never actually following through on the product and just keep that money?
You cannot peek into someone's heart and know what they're doing.
Right.
But the structure does allow someone to do something like that.
I don't know because I haven't really read the verbiage or if there are checks and balances in that you are doing the research and the development that needs to be done to at least make an attempt at this product or project. You know what I mean?
So, and then one of the things that I was a big Kickstarter. I put in some bucks. I didn't put in a ton, but it was basically, I would then get the product when I put my Kickstarter donation in. It was Kathy. It was a sort of a computer responsive yoga mat.
Oh.
So that it didn't seem like an outlandish thing to produce, and they never did it.
I almost did it for an ironing board one time.
Oh, my God, really?
It was a rotating ironing board. And I'm like, man, I need one of those.
Right. Because they do get you with that.
Yeah.
They kind of know what you're into.
I'd buy that.
And you're saying, I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, so I think it was like $50 I put in.
Yeah. So I'm curious about that. I mean,
where'd that go?
Yeah. All right, but he's giving the money back.
Hey, well, good for him.
Yeah. You don't really.
Loser.
You don't really hear. No, not a loser.
I bet they could get a decent amount of the cast to return for that. Kate Flannery would do it. I bet you Creed, the guy that played Oscar. Because it seems like some of those people, Krasinski's huge, and Carell probably would never do it, but I think the rest of the cast probably would.
Did you see there was a video that went viral? It was Emily Blunt talking to Robert Downey Jr. They're both in Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And Krasinski kind of peeks in from the side, Preston, and Emily Blunt puts her hand on his head and just pushes him out.
I love it.
It's hilarious.
We had mentioned Greta Gerwig. It's her birthday today. She was on a podcast, the Smartless podcast, and she said that Ryan Gosling had seen a connection between the Kens in Barbie and the men on The Bachelorette. She said, I've never seen The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, but Ryan Gosling, when we started talking about Ken, he said, the Kens remind me of how the contestants on The Bachelorette are when the women aren't around. Gerwig said, they don't know what to do with themselves. He said they're doing like push-ups and they kind of are competitive with each other. And if one guy wears glasses and then another guy wears glasses, he's like, no, you took my thing, man. I'm the glasses guy. So he compares it. Now, I don't
watch
reference because I haven't seen the movie yet, but it's kind of an interesting. Marissa's given a full-on thumbs up that that's the way they portray it.
That's cool. You know what? I'm a big fan of his. He's been in a lot of great stuff. La La Land alone.
Yeah, I agree.
So good.
Yep, he's wonderful in that movie. Let's see. Got time for a couple other quick things.
Do it.
This is an interesting story. Idris Elba detailed a harrowing experience of being held at gunpoint.
What?
He was in a recent interview with the Daily Mail. The actor was trying to help a woman who was being abused in public. He said, I nearly lost my effing life after attempting to stop a man threatening his girlfriend outside of a club.
It seems like something Idris Elba would do.
He said a guy was wailing on his missus, screaming in her face, I'll effing kill you, and so on. So I come around and I go, look at how beautiful she is.
Yeah.
Why would you talk to this beautiful princess last night like that? And Elba's words did not go over well with the guy. He said he pulled out a gun, stuck it in my face, and goes, Are you talking about my girl? He said, I thought I was trying to hit on her.
Yeah. And so the guy took the only responsible way out of that conversation is pull a gun on him.
He said, I remember thinking, don't play negotiations like that. He said, consequences, man.
No, I'm not. No, she's big.
And he didn't reveal how the situation was resolved and everything.
Dude, think about that. You're trying to do something nice. You're there. Kudos for him for trying, and then a gun is in your face.
All right, and then this is another wild story. So Guy Fieri, I haven't talked to Guy in a while, detailed a terrifying experience that became a wake-up call for him when he was 19 years old. So he was on, Brooke Shields has a podcast. He was on there. And
it's amazing how many people have podcasts.
He said, the host said he was falsely accused of drunk driving in a fatal car crash.
I remember reading this story.
Yeah, listen to this. He said, I was in a fatality car accident when I was 19, when I was in college. I wasn't driving. I was in the back seat. And unfortunately, I was with a bunch of guys, and they were drinking. He was a student at University of Nevada, Las Vegas at the time. He said, we were screwing off. We were actually down at the drag boat races in Vegas. And he said he was sharing that the driver sped off after seeing a police car. He said, we got chased and the car flipped and the guy next to me was killed. He said it was horrific. Everybody was messed up. And after being airlifted to the hospital, he said that he was handcuffed to the gurney with everybody in that car saying that I was the one that was driving.
Oh, man.
And he chalked this up to the fact that the driver and the other passengers all had served in the military together. He was later arrested in his dorm room, but he said the cops knew that he wasn't the one responsible for the crash, and he didn't reveal how the case came or was came to be resolved.
So is it, I didn't read this part of the story. Is he suggesting that they stuck together because they were military?
They were all buddies. He said they all served in the military together.
Oh, okay.
And so they were all drunk. So
looking out for each other.
They blamed him.
Odd man out.
Wrong thing to do. He said that he tells his kids, don't trust anybody to drive you. Don't trust what anybody puts in a drink and gives you. Don't trust anybody who tells you this is safe or this is smart. You have to be the master of your domain. You have to be in control of your environment.
That's one thing I did years ago. I actually twice got out of a vehicle because I did not trust the person driving. You know, you
can make that call, man.
So and go ahead. You know, make a bad call or avoid something like this.
Yeah. All right, it's Friday. Movies are opening. Let's talk about them. So we'll start with this. Meg 2, The Trench is opening. A sci-fi thriller starring Jason Statham, Jing-Woo, and Paige Kennedy. Pitted against colossal Megs and relentless environmental plunders, our heroes, from who survived the first encounter with prehistoric sharks, must outrun, outsmart, and outswim their merciless predators in a pulse-pounding race against time. We could explain it more, but why would it really matter? Running time, an hour and 56 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. Wide release in theaters, and Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 23%.
My son loved the first one, loved it, and he's in camp right now, and he's like, when I get home from camp, can we go see the Meg 2?
You know,
I'm like, all right, sure, why not?
The first one had a sense of humor. It's still horrible, but it had a little bit of a sense of humor to it that was okay.
All right, and then number 2 is Till Death Do Us Part. Action thriller starring Natalie Byrne, Cam Gigandet, and Jason Patrick. A runaway bride must fight for survival against her vengeful former fiancé and his 7 deadly groomsmen. It's an hour and 40 minutes long, rated R. I don't have the score on here, Steve. It didn't print up.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I think the second page got lost.
What in the hell?
I don't remember what it was.
It is at a 40,
and by the way,
43%.
we just spoke to Orlando Bloom. He's one of the...
Jones.
Orlando Jones. I'm sorry, Orlando Bloom. He's one of the groomsmen in that movie. So, all right, and there you go. That's what I have.
There was another one if you want. Corner office. Don't see it. 27%. No one cares.
All right.
Okay. Now we have the clips. The Beanie Bubble tells the story of the unlikely and inescapable rise of the Beanie Baby toys, Kathy.
This is awesome.
In this clip, Elizabeth Banks shares what she thought was compelling about the toys' history.
And I just feel like this is about women who created their own lane, their own story, took control of their life, despite this huge personality that Ty Warner is and represents and still is to this day, that they were able to carve out their own sense of self apart from him. I thought was really fascinating.
Shut the f*** up!
The Beanie Bubble is available now on Apple TV+. Here's the next clip. A group of assassins takes on human traffickers in the new movie The Collective. And here, director Tom DeNucci talks about avoiding action movie tropes while filming the movie's fight scenes.
You watch these movies where it's like they're getting hit 15 times in the face and they're still coming back. That does not happen in real life, especially when you're dealing with, these are highly trained assassins. So we really just wanted the fights to be simple, but nasty and like, whoa, violent,
Play. The Collective is showing in theaters for a limited release starting today. That's it. That's what I got for you.
It was well done.
Entertainment report for Friday, August the 4th. We welcome you to our program today. We have bunches to get to, including comedian Gary Owen, who's going to be stopping in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so hang out. We'll be gone for just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Kravitz and Channing Tatum met. She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes. Is that what that's,
it's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Yeah, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. That guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No. Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work. Would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, but somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I know. We
She goes,
know why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
Right. And then maybe chicks will dig it more.
let's use
How about a hand hobby, please?
let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the
It's a nuance that we can't.
So
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was, I believe.
Well, not a
right?
candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
I'm
a fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me more, Peter.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh, my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick. You know,
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amore's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had
she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Kids.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
I'm not sure.
Plug
Somebody
here. There is a GoFundMe that is set up. We have it on PrestonandSteve.com. It's for Philadelphia police officer Arsenio Perez. He was shot. This was in October of 2021.
It's terrible.
He has undergone 10 surgeries and procedures with more because his mobility of his right arm is currently unable to work for the police. So he's recovering and he's doing better and he's trying to get back to the job that he loves. So there is a fundraiser that's happening to help him repair what needs to be repaired and get everything fixed. So we had that available at PrestonandSteve.com. So if you get a chance, click on there, take a look. If it's something you want to donate to, please do so. And there are other great events and stuff that you can check on the community page of PrestonandSteve.com.
As you said, a lot of these are at places you're probably going to be going to anyway.
Yeah.
And you go do some good and, enjoy all the stuff they're offering.
And a lot of times like $40, $50, and you get food and
Foos and bood.
Bood and foos covered in that. So... last night, we were happy to bring back to the Delaware Valley the Preston Steve Belly Flop Championship.
Yeah.
We weren't sure what to expect.
No.
Because this is an event where we just say, hey, come out and show up, and we'll see if people show up. And when I was walking into the event, I'm like, oh, man, is anybody going to be here? And by the time we got started, the place was absolutely packed.
So I told you, I got there about 5:15. I wanted to get there early because, traffic in and around that area can be nightmares. So I said, let me just get there, relax, walk around. And it was like, not a lot of people there. And I'm like, oh, man, because there have been some clouds. And I'm like, are people being turned away? Within a period, Preston, of about 45 minutes, it packed in like crazy.
Yep. So we had a great crowd last night. A lot of familiar faces and a whole lot of new faces.
It was terrific. You asked the crowd who's a newbie, and tons of hands went up.
Yeah, there was a big cheer from the crowd when we said that. But we got it. It's such a great place to have the event. It's such a cool layout, and I was excited about how everything looked, and it went off wonderfully. I think it's one of the best ones we've ever had.
Absolutely. I got to tell you, too, if there aren't a number of people waking up today with red stomachs because we had some world-class belly flops.
Most definitely. So, you know what? I'll go ahead and mention
let's do it.
Winners. In third to first place, coming in third place for the artist formerly known as Sexy Chewbacca, Dick Slimmons. His real name is Brian Gilderman, and Brian's been to tons of our events, and he recently went through a big weight loss.
160 pounds or something?
He used to come dressed up as Chewbacca, but he was doing a tribute to Richard Simmons.
Right.
So he was Dick Slimmons. And he ended up coming in third place, and the picture that we saw at the start of the show this morning.
That was him.
God bless him. He is a wonderful person, but he has the hairiest ass I've ever seen.
He has the hairiest everything.
And he loves showing it off.
And the weird thing is, not weird, but so a lot of that weight loss was predicated on the fact that he has a hernia that he's, getting corrected. So he almost looks like a hieroglyphic drawing of himself because his body just has a weird shape to it right now. But he's changing everything. That hair you can't get rid of, though.
I wonder if its doctor knows that with a hernia that he's going stomach first into a pool like that or not.
He is fearless.
Can't be good.
And his performance was fearless.
And Kathy, you said something about his thong. You're like, why even wear it at this point? I mean,
where is the back part of the bathing suit?
oh my
The back
God.
part
All
of
right.
the-
So he came in third place. Coming in second place, this guy was a crowd favorite.
Oh, my God.
People loved him. He was called the Irish Car Bomber.
Yep.
And he was essentially a leprechaun. They dragged him out in a wagon where his legs were obscured, and it looked like he was a leprechaun, like he was really tiny. And he had golden boots on his knees, and his goatee was orange, and he played the part wonderfully.
He was my favorite, and he won the first round. He
Yes, he
had
did.
2 or 3 perfect scores, and and he ended up not winning the whole thing, but he was just phenomenal.
His real name is Chris Conway, by the way. He's from Bridgeport. There were a lot of people from Bridgeport there.
Oh, yeah.
They
A
brought
ton.
A
Yeah.
whole crew with them.
Uh-huh.
And I made a comment about Bridgeport, and a couple of them came over to me. They're like, "What? How did you know? You're not from Bridgeport." I was like, "My brother lives there. I know about Bridgeport."
And that guy was a real trooper. And I talked to his son afterwards. His son was the one who was playing the bagpipes. And you can see that when he was getting up onto the platform, he had a hard time getting up there.
Yeah.
And so he's got bum knees. Like his son was telling me his knees are basically bone on bone.
Not only does he have bum knees, he was in a really bad motorcycle accident.
Oh, get out.
That some friends of his were telling me about a little while back.
Wow,
So he was a trooper because by the time there was a flop off, we had a tie. And then we had to do another one. So he had, all total, I think he went in 4 times.
Yeah.
Which for the guy with the bad knees.
Dude, and he sold it every
Yeah, he
time.
did.
But that presentation coming out with the bagpipes, with him looking like a little person in a in that wagon, that was like
was
Cardboard
good.
Classic level presentation.
But after
he's been to the Cardboard Classic before. Yeah.
After he did his first flop, he came up out of the water, and Kathy and I saw his face.
We're like, "Oh no,
Oh no,
he can't do this again."
I don't think he wants to do this anymore.
Like
and then he did like 5 more times.
But and that was like, that's why I gave him the score I gave him, because he hit like that was a belly flop. He got had a sting, and he did it really well. I like that. I liked all of them, but
And
he
then
was great.
coming in first place, it was his third time at giving it a shot, and he finally did it. Carnage the Clown ended up winning our championship last night. And he's been out before. He's got this scary, horrible horror movie clown type of persona that he plays. And finally, his last dive, his last belly flop was perfect. It was a perfect score. Pierre ended up being one of our judges, and he got a 40 across the board. It was 10s.
Easily the most water displacement of the night. Like he caused a wave when he hit the water.
But he was dressed with the scary clown face, but as a Baywatch lifeguard.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Because he led off the entire first round, and he came out wearing the one-piece bathing suit from Baywatch, and he's in slow motion. He had the little buoy with him, and it was great. He had a big blonde wig, and he really sold it.
Hey, Nick, what was the name of the guy who was our quote-unquote lifeguard that was in the water?
Oh, my God.
Oh, Mike?
Mike.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he wanted me to definitely give him a shout out today. He's like,
He asked me. I go ask Casey.
So let me mention the other competitors.
Yeah, please. Great.
We had the wonderful, magnificent Manthe Romano.
God.
Portrayed by Michael Chiamento.
So when I walked in, he was the first person I saw. He screamed my name. I was like, oh my God. So I started talking to him. I'm like, you look great. You look awesome. I didn't know. I knew he had the tattoo of me as the Statue of Liberty on his thigh.
Yes.
But I didn't know that the whole theme was Manthe and then it all made sense. I was like, oh, that's why he has lipstick, a wig, whatever. I told him afterwards, I was like, salsa dancing?
Oh, yeah.
Made it. Like
He did
that was
salsa dancing,
awesome.
yeah.
I actually looked and listen, he didn't go, it wasn't like he was some professional salsa dancer, but like at one point I was like, did he watch like a couple of my videos? Because like he did this one move and I was like, we used to do that all the time.
Yeah, the preliminary round is, it's judged upon the presentation as well as the flop. And then the championship round is just, flop only. And his presentation presentation was so good.
I agree.
I told them, and a lot of them said, and some of the newbies said, that they're coming back because everyone brought something that really made them a competitor at some level. So, and his flop was just not quite what it should have been because he went in at an angle. But otherwise, the presentation leading up was flawless.
We also had Mr. Peanut.
Mr. Peanut!
Actually, Mike Javorko, the famous Mr. Peanut from our Cardboard Classic, came and he brought the tattered remains of his Mr. Peanut costume.
Yeah.
And he jumped in and did a belly flop and has now forever ruined that. It's gone. It got completely waterlogged. But his flop was only so compared to the others. Yeah. But the video of him going in is hilarious. So we've watched that, and we thank Mike for coming out once again. Then we had the Wiener Flopper.
Wiener Flopper was pretty amazing.
Yeah, we saw his ball, his left ball.
Justin Moore, he's a DJ nightclub. He goes by DJ Moore, by the way. He was having a great time, and he was wearing a hot dog costume, but unbeknownst to us, underneath that, he'd stripped it off, and he had over his crotch a big plush hot dog.
Right. I asked him initially, Preston, because he's wearing that full hot dog costume, and we just seen Mr. Peanut have an issue because that kind of, tamped down his flop.
Yep.
And he looks at me and he goes, it won't be an issue at all. He takes it off, and then he just has that thing over his unit.
And the best part is when he came out, besides seeing his nut, is he ringed out his hot dog. It was hilarious. Then we also had, now this one was my favorite, to be honest.
Interesting.
I thought she did the best belly flop of them all.
She did.
Hot Flash was her name.
Yep.
Kristen DeMark. She's from Sicklerville, and
man, was she good.
She had the best form of them all, I thought.
Yeah, so she's a diver, but like a collegiate diver. Like she dove at LaSalle.
Didn't know that case, because what she did is when she dove, her arms went completely back, and then her stomach was absolutely in perfect position.
She arched her back. Arched it.
And there was, and she wasn't huge by any stretch of the imagination, but the smack was audible.
Yeah, she was so pretty. I saw her afterwards, and I was like, "How did you went in the pool and you still look so pretty? Like her hair looked really nice."
And she had a crew with them. They all had Hot Flash T-shirts on, and they were cheering her on. I thought she was going to make it to the final round, but the judges did. Made
the
the score.
presentation lacked
just a bit.
I gave her a high score. I really liked her.
All right, and then we had another female contestant. Bogues was her name.
Oh yeah,
Erica Bogle, and that's
so
why she
much
goes
attitude.
She was insane.
Yeah, like I was asking her questions, and she was saying whatever was on her mind,
whatever she wanted.
And but she's been in the contest before, and I remember her in years past jumping really high, and throwing her arms back. This time she just kind of fell off. Yeah. I think it was because she was hammered.
I was going to say, I think she had a little bit to drink.
Uh-huh.
Well, there was also a part of her costume or that Casey and I were wondering, because it looked like she had some sort of bathing suit on under her T-shirt.
She did, and it was a man's hairy chest, and I wish she would have taken off her shirt.
Did she forget?
I was talking to her. I'm like, why didn't you, do and she's like, I forgot.
She took 2 beers and smashed them over her head, which was very cool.
Like Steve Austin.
Like Steve Austin, yeah.
But Preston, you would ask her direct questions, and the answer had nothing to do with what you just asked her.
She was with a bunch of people. They were all wearing T-shirts that said Rib House on them, right?
Yeah.
And I go, hey, where are all these people from? She's like, Bridgeport, Conshohocken, King of Prussia. I'm like, no, they're all wearing the shirts. Oh, she goes, the effing Rib House, man.
She was great.
That was the group for Bridgeport.
She was awesome. Then we had the Hebrew Hammer, who has been in a few times, a former winner. He was wonderful as always.
Now, the Hebrew Hammer was hampered, I think, by familiarity with his presentation.
Yeah,
he is at GOAT level for sure.
Yeah,
but I think even he realizes he needs to, and he will. I'm sure he'll come with an improved presentation. But we'd seen it before.
Yeah, and he probably should rename himself to the Hebrew Hammered.
Yeah. Although he was more drunk at Keenan's than he was at this event. His name's Jeremy, by the way. Jeremy Vogley.
We love him.
Awesome. He is the best. Then we had, so Sergeant Flops.
Sergeant Flops.
Scott Flowers. This dude is cut up. Like he is in awesome shape.
Marine cat.
He's a former Marine, or once a Marine, always
a Marine. Yeah,
but nonetheless, he'd served time in the Marine Corps and had done tours of duty, and he looked great. But he tried to do a sideways flip twist in the air and then land on his stomach. It didn't work. And I was like, well, let's let him just score him on that first one, but I want to see what he was trying to do. He did it again, and he wasn't able to do it, but I talked to him later on.
He's coming back.
Well, he said, I was really nervous.
Yes. Oh,
he said,
he was good.
He said, what I should have done was just done a regular basic belly flop. And if I made it to the second round, then tried that the trick that I wanted to do.
Yeah, Preston, I talked to him afterwards as well, and he said he's practiced it a bunch. 99 times out of 100, he nails that flip. He's like, I've been in battles before. I've never been this nervous as I was today. It was a bit of stage fright.
Such a good guy. I think also, Nick, had he had 2 or 3 feet more vertical, like if the stand had been higher, he would have rotated enough to execute it. I think that was the only issue.
But I will say, he gave us a great picture. We're looking at a picture here in the studio.
It's awesome.
And our photographers and videographers were there capturing everything, and we got a really great shot of him.
Yeah, thanks to William Kane Photography. He took the pictures, and they're fantastic. And Nick Murphy and Sean McDonald did the video.
So great to see Nick Murphy. And Sean.
And we have a photo gallery up now at PrestonandSteve.com. Marissa just brought in the list. And keep going until you find the Dick Slimmons hairy ass picture. And then the last contestant was the Nutty Irishman, 2-time champ.
Yes.
And he brought, the bagpipes as well. And he sold it actually... it was smashing Guinness above his head and the whole routine, and it was excellent. But he just got nudged out by the other contestants.
I love that.
His name is Mark Kaiser, by the way.
He had a small trophy press, and everyone was in a really fun way talking smack. And he said he handed it the other Irish gentleman said, "Here's your second place trophy."
He wanted to three-peat so badly.
Yeah.
And Kath and Nick, I want to ask you guys, because you guys were also judges, because I to the people who didn't win afterwards, I was like, I'm so sorry.
Yes. But I felt the same way, Casey. You don't want to give people bad scores, but you also have to be fair to all the contestants. You know, a couple times there were flops that weren't great, or the presentation lacked a little bit, and so you wanted to be fair to all the contestants. But a couple times Casey got booed because you're critical when it comes to the flops.
Well, we say that. That's his job. And
there's nothing wrong with that. But when the boos happen, it still hurts a little bit. The entire crowd's booing you.
A judge should be critical. That's your job, when you're there.
And you guys did something that's essential. And you would, right at the outset, you left a buffer for the possibility of someone being better. So, and I think that's why the judging we had, it was really kind of on the money.
By the way, if you're a judge, your job is to be critical, unless you're Pierre Robert and you just give the same score as Kathy. That's all he did.
That's all he did.
Every single one.
But for Carnage, who went first, he was the first person, and it was a great flop. The presentation was great. The flop itself was great. And I'm like, I want to give him a 10, but he's first. So I had to judge him I judged him a little bit less, and then everybody else was basically based on what Carnage had done. Yeah.
Preston, you mentioned that Pierre didn't get there at the beginning of it, and so he came in between the first round and then the finals, and you guys were chatting for a little bit on one side of where the pool was, and then he came over and he sat down next to me, Casey and Kathy, and I had to explain to him 4 times how we score, and he's like, so you hold a 9? And I was like, well, you can hold.
Depends.
You can select your number.
And so basically he was just like, I'm going to do what Kathy does. And that's exactly what he did.
Kathy, that was so funny because I think Nick gave a half, let's say 8.5. And she's like, oh, we're doing half scores?
Casey's like, we have to do half scores. I was like, I'm not doing half scores. And then
you did have to.
Two people, and I was like, wait a minute, I need this half.
By the way, we have our champion on the line. Carnage is joining us. Hey, Carnage. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. A little sore.
Are you real? Your chest is sore?
A little bit, but more. I just noticed this morning I have bruises on my biceps from slapping the water.
Yeah, dude. Your ability, especially on that last flop. I mean, it literally created a tidal wave towards the judges. It was fantastic.
That is all. As soon as I hit the water, I had the feeling that it was. Well, the feeling was pain. But I had a feeling that it was a solid flop.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
And I'm a little hoarse this morning too from all the yelling.
That was great. By the way, just to remind people, you're going to be at Valley of Fear. That's where this scary persona of yours. That'll be around Halloween, right?
Yes, that is me and my counterpart's new home.
Counterparts.
That's great.
Is the Valley of Fear in Feasterville? Yeah.
Carnage. Two things. First, give out your Instagram so people can follow you and see some of these pictures.
It's Carnage with a K, .clown with a K.
Okay. And then secondly, I noticed this at the beginning, but I don't know if everybody else did. You actually had a balloon animal inside your suit representing your wang, right?
Yeah. Instead of stuffing the bra of the bathing suit to be like Pam Anderson or whatever, I thought that was too easy. So I figured I'd go for the crotch stuff, and I made a balloon animal penis.
Oh, there were a number of crotch things. One, I think it was Manti produced a fish.
Yes.
The vagina. Yeah.
On the first flop, when I hit the water, the balloon popped.
Yeah.
So I was just left with the giblets. Let's say.
It was great. It was great.
He asked me if I had somebody's labia down there.
That was the best.
It was a great presentation, man. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so third time's a charm. That's what you said to us. And sure enough, lived up to it, man.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave without at least placing after previous attempts.
You had to be, and you were all very cool. It was very, fraternal or just familial with your competitors, and everyone just seemed to be having a great time. You guys were
everybody was so everybody. All 3 times I've done this.
Yeah.
Everybody, all the contestants have gotten along. There's never been any nobody's been mean or trying to sabotage it. Everybody's been really cool, really friendly, but that just goes to show the kind of events you put on.
And listen, I was talking to the Nutty Irishman's son about this afterwards, because they also go to Cardboard Classic and they've built sleds and stuff like that. And this is the truth. This isn't just me, blowing smoke. This event is not successful without you. Without people aren't there to see us. They're there to see a belly flop, challenge and championship. And so when you guys go out there and you put together the skits and the outfits and all of that, that's what it's all about. So thank you so much for taking part in the contest.
Right. Oh, and you're welcome. But thank you guys. But see, you guys bring a different level to your show and to how you act and how you are with your fans, that you bring better quality fans, for lack of a better term.
Very kind, man. Very kind.
Quality people, and you don't have that mess or people being mean. You don't have the crappy part of people at your event.
Yeah, except for that group from Bridgeport. They were being pretty harsh.
Those was such a sweetheart last night.
Yeah. Yes.
She was a little intoxicated, but she was very, very nice.
She was awesome.
Carnage, I love the beginning of your presentation because initially it was a Baywatch, and you did the slow motion running. You were flipping your hair. You had the Baywatch theme, the pancake plate. It was well thought out and well executed.
Yeah, that was honestly. I was on the fence about doing it this year, and then Grin, the other clown, he said you guys were talking about having a hard time getting contestants. So I was like, I'm only doing it if I come up with there's got to be a solid bit. Otherwise, it's not worth it, because I know what it takes to win.
Yeah. Well, you did.
Watching other competitors do it.
Yeah.
And that's what I landed on. I don't know how I landed there, but that's what I landed on. And I actually found a bathing suit that fit me.
Perfect. That was perfect.
I'm still back in Bridgeport. After she was out. Well, first of all, I don't know if you guys noticed this. She thought she was in the second round, and she was over there with 2 beers to do it again. And she was standing. Yeah, and then she walked away, and I saw her, and she was like, "Oh, I didn't know." But after they knew she wasn't in it, I think it was Car Bomb that they were back. They picked somebody else to back, and they were cheering. So that was cool.
Yeah. All right, Carnage. Well, congratulations. You are indeed the champion, my man. We're very proud of you, and thanks for making that event what it is. All right, bud.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Have a great weekend, Carnage. Real name is Ryan Ross, by the way. Yeah.
Hey, and also, I don't know if you guys talked to these people, but there was a like a social meetup group.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were terrific. Yeah.
One of the guys that like runs it, he's a fan of our show, and so
it was like 25 people.
He said 35 people came, and so
Oh.
he picked last night. He picked the belly flop contest at Valley Forge to come, and the whole group was there. I was talking to a woman. Her name was Rita. She goes, "You can remember Rita's water ice." She was not a listener, was not familiar with us.
Yeah.
Came out to this meetup group with all of her friends, and I think she might be like one of our biggest fans now. She was like, "This is great. You guys are awesome. I'm listening tomorrow." She's like, "That's it." She's like, "This is going to be so great. I have something to listen to when I'm sitting in the car when I need something to do." So yeah, we got a new listener.
I love when that happens, when people come out to events like Keenan's and or the Cardboard Classic and or this or other stuff that we're working on.
Yeah.
And they see, I mean, you go out for a Thursday happy hour and see matted, hairy ass. It's like you're not going to forget that.
Man, I really dropped the ball last night. I completely forgot to bring a Sharpie and a Band-Aid because people were asking to sign my Band-Aid last night. I'm like, I can't believe I completely forgot that I had said that.
By the way, I went over and met the gentleman who ran the food truck.
Yes.
Excellent.
And he is a diehard Preston and Steve fan. And as is standard course, I forgot his name. But I apologize. But we went over and took a picture, and I took a gander at the menu because you had the Pierre Burger.
Which he grabbed, by the way. He took a to-go burger last night.
Which was guacamole, pickled jalapenos, and shredded lettuce. It was a vegetarian sandwich. The smash burger. Oh, we had the Glappy soft pretzel. And I think the Not Your Mom's meatball sub. I think that was a nod to your mom's meatballs, maybe, Nick.
No kidding. I didn't try either of those.
I'm not really 100% sure on that, but he had renamed or had created some menu items in honor of the Preston and Steve show, and it smelled so good.
By the way,
I didn't have time to eat.
So I took a smash burger to go that he did, and I think they make their own chips or something because I was nibbling on those, but everyone was raving about the food.
Nice. So we had a great time. Wonderful. Thank you to Valley Forge Casino Resort and Valley Beach. And that's just a cool spot. It's just great. And by the way, there were lots of people there. Or I don't know if there were lots, but I know there were some people, I was told, that had no idea what was going on and were just staying at the resort and wandered into this event and were like just, befuddled, just beside themselves as to what they stumbled into. So I love that
That's
fact.
great. Yep.
It was fantastic. So, you know what? Real quick, we're not going to have a whole lot of time to do some things since we have guests, and we're going to do a connoisseur later on.
Ooh.
Do I have time to do just a couple of real quick junk drawer items?
Oh, junk drawer. Yes, absolutely.
Because it's a weekend. And
It's a small drawer.
we'll just do the
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, let me dig in here. All right, so, I found something here, and I think this is worth passing along because it's kind of serious. But Hyundai and Kia are recalling nearly 92,000 newer SUV and sedans because they are at the risk of catching fire. So much so that the dealers, until they can perform a free fix, drivers are told to park their car outside and away from any structures.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, my God. What?
That's not a good sign.
So listen, they make some fine automobiles, but like my neighbor, I told you, was dealing with the fact he has a Kia. It's a fine-looking car, but this whole thing with this USB method of turning the ignition and starting the car, they're being stolen like crazy. So not a good year for Kia.
So here are the vehicles. So you have the Palisade SUVs, the Tucson. It's not Tucson, is it?
It is Tucson.
TCS.
That's a misprint then. It's a Tucson. My mother-in-law has one.
Then it must be TSCON. Okay, SUVs. The Sonata sedans, Elantra sedans. This is all 2023 models, by the way.
Oh, man.
Kona SUVs, the Kia Soul hatchbacks, the Kia Sportage SUVs, and Kia Seltos. So those are all 2023 models. So the problem is due to a malfunctioning defect involving a transmission oil pump. At this part, short circuits. Drivers may notice smoke coming from underneath the vehicle, smell a burning or melting odor, be unable to turn the engine off, or see the check engine or other warning lights illuminated on the dashboard.
Listen, besides the easy thefts and fire, It's a hell of a car.
Kia and Hyundai say that owners can continue driving these vehicles, but they should just be parked outside until they're
Away from
fixed.
dynamite.
The automaker also say that they will offer owners reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses related to the recall. So far, there have been no fires, crashes, or injuries related to this recall, but they are definitely saying if you have one of those, park it outside.
You ever bring a vehicle back because of a recall?
I just did.
You did?
Yeah, with the Subaru Outback, I had a battery issue, and I took it over to Rafferty, Casey. Those guys are awesome, and they replaced it free of cost. You know, so it was just one of those things where like several different models of Outbacks and Subarus had battery issues.
So I've never had anything that pressing, Nick, where I couldn't just wait till when I was getting the inspection done for them to do it then.
Same.
Yeah, I've had it where I've taken it in for something else, and they'll say, "Oh, by the way, there's a recall on this part."
Oh, and it sets on fire.
There you go.
Have you used the new fire function?
And then they'll take care of it.
Yeah.
So. All right, so I definitely wanted to pass that along. All right, let's see. A couple other quick things. All right, here we go. Mattel is hunting for someone to help promote its new Uno game, and applicants are most definitely welcome. The company is asking enthusiasts of the card game to apply on TikTok for a chance at the part-time post of Chief Uno Player.
Are you all Uno fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
I haven't
I'm
played
not.
in a while.
Yeah.
But the gig will be based in New York for 4 weeks, starting in September. Responsibilities include playing the new game Uno Quattro for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. Applicants must be U.S. residents and aged 18 or over to be selected for the job, which pays $4,444.44 a week. The global head of games, Ray Adler, said that we're constantly looking to create new ways for fans to engage with Uno, and the new nationwide search for the first ever Chief Uno player. We're bringing in-person gameplay to fans in a way that they've never experienced it before.
Do you guys play that you're not allowed to go out on a draw 4 or a wild?
I play that I don't play.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my...
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. There are a handful of of your own interpretations of the rules that you can do. Like, can you add on those +4 wild cards to I forgot what the play is that people are kind of controversial about on that.
It's kind of a game you play with kids that are in between like 6 and 10.
Yeah.
Right. Like when they get older than that, you don't play it as much.
We not only had Uno, we had bought a couple of different versions.
Yeah.
There was Uno Spin.
Yes, yeah.
And Uno. There was one where you hit the button and it would spit the cards out.
Yeah.
Uno Felch.
Uno Felch.
Yeah.
But we had a few different varieties of the game, which made it more, fun and interesting. A few different rule changes.
I wish I liked them. I think I'm just incredibly ADD when it comes to that. So, and I just can't sit there. But when people seem to be having a good time, but I just can't do it.
Yeah, we got good ones that you can bring down to the beach. They're like
And
plastic
leave them
ones.
there.
No.
Is it, Steve, because what I've found is when I'm learning a new card game, that at first it's like, okay, I got to buckle down and figure out how this game is played. But once we get into the game and you get a rhythm for it, then it becomes fun.
It's got to be something because I sit down and learn video games.
Yeah.
Like I'll learn. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that is approachable for me. But a card game, and you take out a board and set it out and put little pieces on it, and I want to die.
Well, it might be something about like it being on a screen or whatever.
Maybe
like,
that's it.
You like movies so much, and maybe that sort of translates to video games.
That's a good point.
Preston, that's how I felt about Catan. I was like, there's no way I'm ever going to learn this. And then I started getting into it and playing it, and it gets competitive, and people. And I usually don't win, but I love playing it. It's a great game. It's so much fun. Yeah.
Do you know it's a knockoff game that's pretty good? Have you ever played Chris Catan?
No, I have not played that.
It's really wild.
Eat up an apple real fast.
But I do want to learn how to play games that I've never learned, like Hearts.
What about
Pinochle? Pinochle, Hearts, and Spades, and Euchre. They're all very, very similar.
Really?
I play all of them. In fact, I learned how to play Euchre in the Grand Canyon. And the guys that I was playing with, they were really surprised with how quickly I picked it up. But it's like, if you know Latin, perhaps it's easier to learn other languages because you have that base, right? So it's all very, very similar.
Do you have to know Latin to play euchre?
No, you do not.
And it's that's a around the campfire kind of thing that's a game. Yeah, but not me.
But Pinochle uses different cards. Does Euchre?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, so Euchre's not a different deck, but you don't use an entire deck of cards. You use the 9 through ace and in each of the 4 suits. Gotcha. But Pinochle is 9 through ace and 2 of each, right? What? So there's 2 9s of clubs, 2,
There was a game that used to be, when I was a kid, you would see the deck laying around here and there at people's houses or school or whatever, and I never took the time to learn it. Do you remember a game called Rook?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It had a bird on the cover of it, on the deck. And I was just like, that was just always a mystery. And I would just always look at the cards, and that's it.
It's weird. I mean, Pinochle was a huge game that we all played in college.
You can gamble with Pinochle, can't you?
Yeah. My dad used to play at the pool with. They had a whole bunch of old people that used to play, and they'd play like a quarter at a time. It's not like they were out there trying to.
Let's take a break for some nice piece of fruit.
Nick, do you remember a French card game called Mealborn?
No,
Mealborns or something like that.
I don't.
That was another one. It was a car-based French card game. For whatever reason, the school that I went to, they had it, and we kind of learned how to play
That's
it.
cool.
I think, yeah.
I loved like Jim Rummy and Rummy 500, like those types of games. We would sit around and just play for hours on end.
Yeah.
Mealborn.
How would you prounce that, Nick?
Like you did, Mealborn.
Mealborn.
Yeah,
Okay.
meal means 1,000.
The classic racing
1,000
game.
miles.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, anyhow, so Uno was looking for an Uno person.
They do these things all the time. It's just a big promotion to get word out about it.
Yeah.
But it never parlays into an actual career.
All right, let's grab another item. All right, got one. This is interesting. Animals hopped up on cocaine is not a new concept. Of course, the film Cocaine Bear chronicled the story of the 175-pound black bear that ingested cocaine in 1985. However, with Discovery Channel's Shark Week right around the corner, scientists are now probing the possible consequences of sharks ingesting cocaine dumped in the Atlantic Ocean. So,
junkie sharks.
On Wednesday, Cocaine Sharks is premiering.
All right.
And it takes viewers on a hunt for evidence supporting tales of sharks gobbling up cocaine bales.
So is there a Methlodon?
No, not that I know of. Tom Hurd, the lead scientist, said, I'm basically looking for something really weird and out of the ordinary. He said the deeper story here is the way that chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and illicit drugs are entering our waterways, entering our oceans, and what effect they can that they then could go on to have on these delicate ocean ecosystems.
Well, stop thinking about all the stuff that washes up on the shore. They'll have bales of pot, cocaine, all that stuff. Yeah.
So scientist Tracy Fanera set up several experiments after they said they noticed sharks acting strangely. A hammerhead that should have shied away from them, swimming off kilter directly at them, and a sandbar shark swimming tight circles while appearing to fixate on a non-existing object. So Hurd and Fanera said that they used faux cocaine bales and fake swans in an experiment and were as surprised to see the sharks appear to choose the bales over the swan.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
With one shark even swimming away with a package. And another experiment to see how fish powder mimics the dopamine response that cocaine might give to junkie sharks. So they have this stuff.
So
whatever it is that sharks react to.
Did the shark cut a bit of the bale open, put its fin in it, and then rub it under its lip?
Yeah, they get a little freeze, a quick freeze. So Hurd said in the film, I think that we have got a potential scenario of what it may look like if you gave sharks cocaine.
Oh, man.
He said, we gave them what I think is the next best thing. It set their brains aflame, and it was crazy.
Coked up sharks?
I can't believe it, but this is actually the subject of this show.
Though they would be the hit of the seahorse party.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Cocaine has washed up on Florida beaches and been found floating in coastal waters for decades.
Yes. Seahorses forever.
So, yeah.
If you came across a bale of coke on the beach,
sell it to a shark.
Well, my question is, how long would you contemplate perhaps selling that instead of handing it over to the authorities?
Not a second.
Not even one
Not
second.
1 second.
Yeah.
I would run.
I wouldn't know how. I didn't know what it would be worth.
That's the thing.
I'd bring it to the aquarium.
Well,
Right?
no, I mean, the first person I would call would be Weston because he would know how to get rid of that, I think, pretty quick.
Weston? He knows how to?
Yeah.
He's got a man?
Yeah, he's got a couple dudes.
Bill Weston?
Yeah.
Oh, all
Yeah,
right.
He's got a second job, Kev.
You know what they call? You know what his drug dealer name is? Santa.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Make it snow.
Santa's got to go.
Making
Santa's
it
gotta
snow. Santa's got to blow. Making it snow.
Santa's got to go.
We stopping to see Santa?
Ho, 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 baby. All right, one last story from the junk drawer. Oh, look what I found. The Federal Communications Commission has issued a record-breaking $300 million fine against an auto warranty scam call operation.
Aha! I've been getting bombarded on my cell phone, no less.
Really?
Yeah.
The fine hit an international network of companies after more than 5 billion robocalls were made to more than 400 million phone numbers in a 3-month period in 2021. Let me say that again. 5 billion robocalls made in a 3-month period. I mean, that's the phone nonstop ringing for 3 months.
It's crazy.
The companies
interested in purchasing a cocaine shark?
The company said that they have violated federal statutes, FCC regulation, and federal spoofing laws by using more than 1 million different caller IDs to trick people.
You know what the one saving grace has been? Is the alert that you get that it says potential spam. So that's the thing. But I do for a period just about 2 weeks ago, I was getting bombarded with them.
The companies, they've also been accused of dialing numbers on the National Do Not Call Registry, making pre-recorded voice calls, and failing to give a callback number so people could block the unwanted callers. So one of the most common calls contained the following message, and it is as follows. We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty.
Yes!
You should have received something in the mail about your car's extended warranty. Since we have not gotten a response, we are giving you a final courtesy call before we close out your file. Press 2 to be removed and be put on our do not call list. Press 1 to speak to someone about extending or reinstating your car's warranty. Blah, blah, blah.
You know what they also do? I get a lot of, are you looking to sell your property? Are you looking to, they have your address, and then you'll either get an automated call or you'll get a live person asking about selling your house.
Ours is, we get a lot of the your energy company calls, you know, and it's just.
Would you like to buy some cocaine?
I just hang up on them immediately.
I don't answer. I never answer.
If it's a number you don't recognize,
I don't recognize it. I do not answer. And a lot of times I will get it'll say spam risk, and they're pretty good at identifying that.
Shut your yap.
Quit your yapping.
Quit your yapping.
The months-long investigation culminated in what the FCC describes the largest illegal robocall operation the agency has ever encountered to date. And there's names associated with this, by the way.
Please, yeah.
The FCC has historically had little success, though, collecting fines issued against robocallers and will refer unpaid fines to the Justice Department for enforcement. Under the guise of multiple companies, millions were hoped to be duped, and 2 of the central players of the operation, a guy named Roy M. Cox and Aaron Michael Jones.
It's always Cox.
Were under lifetime bans against making telemarketing calls following lawsuits by the FCC or by the Federal Trade Commission and state of Texas, but they kept doing it.
Yeah,
they kept
that's
doing
just it.
Yeah.
Because if you're not getting fined and they can just sort of pick up their operation and change it.
Yep.
Then they're going to keep doing it.
So hopefully they're going to get their claws sunk into these people.
Death penalty.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
But anyhow, they are trying to get. It's a $300 million fine at this point. So, all right, we can close it up, gang. That's all I'm going to get to. Yeah.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right. With that, we will take a break and we will come back and we'll get into the bizarre file later on this morning. Gary Owen, who's performing at Helium Comedy Club, stopping by the studio. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WML.
Crust, right? Or the whole pizza?
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I said, ew, no, yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while. At least 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you
eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I do?
On that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. Mm-hmm. So something pineapple and sesame. And a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef or melons? Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch
hold
Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go. Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to,
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't do
What?
it. No, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. In 3.
3,
1, 2,
3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get a different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were 2 of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not. No.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really.
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually, of the companies that do mail order brownies, Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it, in case if you want to have fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is
fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
Absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm black.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie.
Make it official.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to this morning by 3 Ice 3-on-3 Pro Hockey. It's championship weekend, Saturday, August 12th at the Wells Fargo Center when 3 Ice wraps up its second season. You can visit 3ice.com for special $10 ticket offers. We will begin with a story about deputies reporting that a naked man was shot twice after he crashed his pickup truck into a mobile home. William Wells Jr. was shot twice in an incident that happened just before 4 p.m.
Was he naked while driving?
When deputies arrived at the location, they say they found Wells covered in blood, and they say a woman with a machete was also there.
That's perfect.
Deputies say it all started when Wells drove his Ford F-250 pickup truck into the side of a mobile home. Wells left that scene after deputies say he tried to assault the woman living in the home. Wells also threatened neighbors in other homes. A neighbor warned him to stay away from him, and that's when he shot him with a .45 caliber handgun. Wells was taken to the hospital with injuries. The deputies
shot me!
Say that they are not thought to be life-threatening. Deputies say charges are likely in the case. Steve, I don't know at what point he became naked during the entire incident.
I'd like to think he was driving naked.
I do too.
Yeah.
This is a horrible story. A 71-year-old man has died after being mauled by 4 dogs on Hawaii's Big Island. The man was treated by medical personnel at the scene and died while being transported to the hospital. Police later identified him as Robert Northrup. Police were alerted by a witness who said the victim, saw the victim being attacked by 4 large dogs. The witness chased the dogs off and called authorities. The dog's owner were not home when the attack occurred, but police have contacted them. They're also checking claims that the dogs have previously been reported as stray animals. The owners have surrendered all 4 dogs and a litter of 10 puppies to county animal control, and police are investigating it as a suspected case of negligent failure to control a dangerous dog.
Can you imagine living like in modern day America? You get set upon by a pack of dogs?
It's horrible, horrible. Mounds of writhing sea creatures are piling up on Florida beaches, and authorities are warning concerned beachgoers to avoid the embarrassment of calling 911. It's very likely a herd of manatees, and they are engaging in very public group sex, according to experts.
And we've learned that they bang their brothers.
They'll bang almost anything.
Yeah.
The sheriff's office wrote, don't call us.
Take a picture, it'll last longer.
They said, don't call us. We can assure you that they are more than fine.
Oh, yeah. These are going to be my regular Saturday night gang.
Manatees actually mate in herds like these, and often they are near the shore. They mate all through the year, but generally mating herds like these are seen in the summer months. So if you see this, there is no need to call us.
How come I've never heard about this?
Concern is understandable because the manatees appear to be in distress, like beached whales, including a lot of flopping and splashing around. However, anyone...
Hey, what is going on here?
Anyone attempting to push them back into the water will be charged with manatee harassment, officials say. They have special protections as federally threatened species.
Coitus interruptus.
Now, in shallower waters, the effect of their mating can be quite dramatic with churning waters and flailing flukes and flippers.
It means you're doing it right.
The activity can attract onlookers who are either curious about the commotion or concerned that the manatees are in the herd are injured.
Say, would you like me to film you?
Stranded or in distress. Any disturbance of the mating herd may disrupt this natural behavior and jeopardize the reproductive cycle, and can also be dangerous for the manatees and humans. Manatees can grow to more than 13 feet in length and 3,500 pounds, and they might roll on top of people standing too close. And they might bang you, too. Who knows?
Do you think they're manatee cucks?
They're horn dogs. There's probably. Yeah. A Georgia man who is considered a fugitive has been indicted on accusations that he misdirected $30 million from Christians who thought that they were buying Bibles for China.
Wow.
Instead, Jason Gerald...
He misdirected it.
Jason Gerald Schenk used $1 million in payments to an online gaming site, bought diamonds, gold, and life insurance policies, and made payments to the company running his family farm, among other purchases.
So could you call that misdirecting stealing it?
I think you could.
Yeah.
Schenk got the money from groups and individuals in Ohio and North Carolina who believed the money would buy Bibles and religious literature for people in China.
But you know what, Steve? It's not a Ten Commandment. There is no thou shalt not misdirect.
Yeah, see, it's a technicality, but you'll get off.
So he presented himself as a missionary. He renounced his U.S. citizenship in 2016, and the Justice Department says warrants have been issued for his arrest, according to the indictment and prosecutors. Schenk has been indicted on 4 counts of wire fraud and 37 counts of money laundering. Prosecutors said he is being sought internationally. So they are looking all over for this guy, but $30 million. Wow. Yeah. And a couple say their 5-star break turned into a holiday from hell when they saw a dead body, people vomiting and defecating in the hotel swimming pool, and holidaymakers having sex in public.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
The couple say that they were also offered drugs during their stay in the Dominican Republic.
Would you like a body in your room?
Alan booked the $5,000 holiday through TUI as a treat for his wife. After he complained to TUI, he was offered $300 in vouchers and counseling.
He was contacted by FU.
The couple booked the 17-day holiday at the Rio Republica Hotel in Punta Cana, described on TUI's website as a 5-star resort. Alan said that it turned out to be rife with people taking drugs, guests having sex in the pool, and what he claimed was a worrying lack of security.
Wow. During
their stay, the couple claimed they witnessed a body hidden under a sheet after a hotel guest fell from a balcony.
Oh, my God.
He said this is 100% the worst holiday we've ever been on. My wife and I have been traveling together for 21 years, and we've never known anything like it. The only good thing about the holiday was the room.
What about the continental breakfast?
When we went out to the pool for the first time, we saw guests smoking weed in the pool, people having sex in the pool, and it all felt really seedy. We saw one woman being sick all over herself in the pool, and another guest actually defecate in the pool. They said it was disgusting. Alan said the experience has ruined his birthday celebrations. He said she got really upset, and I had to tell her I'd make it up to her on her 50th next year.
Let's give it one more night.
That's kind of a rough evening or rough stay. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right.
You know what? Let's hang on to that.
Yeah, I thought so too. We have some stuff to give away, but I think we're going to do that in the next segment. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll have a chance to win some stuff and hang out for a bit. And then Gary Owen's joining us a little bit later on. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMM.
Feuding royals accompanied the news
And of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who was he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines? But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates?
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely. I should extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relaxed more during his mini tour of Scotland.
There you go.
So that was
I would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss when I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went?
Yeah,
or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible
I have
to say?
no. Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Sure, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? And I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord. We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was the
I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right now.
No,
Go for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you jump right here?
I
Yeah.
just did, though.
All right, so did you really?
Yes.
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted. Oh my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
unbelievable.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're making good money.
I think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
let her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
See if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the ping, 2 in the sting.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So doing this thing.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. but we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Yes. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there's so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That world is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is. Yeah.
All right. And by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State. Woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story, the most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. By the way, the photo gallery for the Preston and Steve Belly Flop Championship is up at PrestonandSteve.com. And I've been told, make sure you go all the way to the end so you can see the hairy butt photo before it gets taken down from our company.
Ah, man.
So make sure you go
seriously?
to it. Well, I don't know, Marissa. I don't know if she's joking around or whatever, but you'll maybe you want to see it. I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely want to see it, just to know that an ass can get that hairy.
Yeah. All right. Hey, it's Friday. Let's do the Connoisseur. I think it's time.
It's time for the Connoisseur. It usually ends up on Friday because that's when most people eat.
I guess so. Something like that. All right. And we'll throw some giveaways in here as well as we progress through the Connoisseur files. We're going to start with this one. So customers have been noticing a change at Costco. The chain has slowly been replacing the people giving away free samples with self-serve stations. Now, I haven't seen this myself.
Neither have I.
But apparently that is the case. And the reason being is because there's low unemployment right now, and many people may not be applying for this particular role. And AI may also be replacing similar service positions.
So, like a robot will hand out your cheese?
Maybe that's it.
Enjoy.
A grocery Doppio report. I don't know.
Doppio?
Doppio.
What's the dealio?
OEO? I don't know. Estimates that as many as 18% of store associate roles could be eliminated due to AI.
Oh, man.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay. Costco's new sample stations don't look very high tech, however. You simply grab a sample from the bottom of the chute.
What's the dealio?
Doppio.
What's the Doppio?
What's the dealio?
Now, let me ask you, will you guys ever, if you get something you like, will you ever swing around a couple of minutes later and try and get a second one?
And pretend like you're there for the first time?
Yeah.
No, I give a big Bugs Bunny kiss to the person handing it. I'll tell you what, like 9 times out of 10, if I've gone back for a second, I buy whatever the product is.
My favorite is when they're actually cooking something.
Yes.
When they're serving up something hot. I like
You
that.
have someone who's got a little bit of a panache there, right?
Yeah.
Presentation.
Yeah.
And they're going to say, I will buy it if I
do.
like it enough to go back for seconds.
You guys are going to be shocked, but
You won't do them.
I don't taste
I know.
the sample.
No,
Of course you don't.
no. Kath, you know what?
Why?
I don't either.
What's your reason, Kath?
There's no real reason. I don't know, like just one little tiny piece. And
It wasn't that the fact that someone handled it?
of course, absolutely, and they're germs.
But it's the
You
same
didn't
thing
let
as
me
a
finish.
restaurant.
You didn't let me finish. I don't know. It's just I don't know. And
I'll
like
tell you why.
The little sample on the toothpick or in the little cup, like nah.
A lot of times, it's like a pork product or a sausage or something like that. It may not be something that you like to eat, right?
Yeah, but even if it was like a little thing of chocolate, I think I'd pass it up.
It's not that. It's because she actually saw someone touch it,
Right.
even though they were wearing gloves. The exact same setup as in a restaurant, but you actually saw someone touch it. I bet that's it.
That person touched it.
Maybe yes. There is some sort of like it's dirty to me, and so I'm not going to take it.
Disgusting.
You know what free sample I always pass up and I never go to, but my kids would like always run over was the fudge samples on the boardwalk.
Oh yeah.
I just don't like fudge.
Oh, well, then that's
yeah.
why. If you don't like it, then don't have any.
I don't like fudge, and I don't want it. Even if it's free, don't you? You don't get me.
I never pass up the free fudge.
You know what?
Yeah.
I will
Yeah, those
pass
are
up.
great.
I forget the place. It's usually in a food court in the mall, and they'll have them standing out. It's kind of like it's like looks to be like rat on a stick, but it's like some sort of chicken.
Oh, bourbon chicken.
Rat.
Yeah.
Bourbon chicken every time. I will never pass up bourbon chicken.
Oh, do you? Is it good?
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Is it? It doesn't
Yeah.
look good.
It's like Chinese
How's the
crack.
rat today?
I don't pass up any of it.
I know. You probably set up a table and chairs.
Nick actually breaks in after hours.
Nick's got a little napkin. He's got a bib on, knife and fork in his hands. It's not. Oh, Mr. McElwain.
Yeah, welcome back.
Very good rat today.
Cheese station. I mean, you can get like a 4-course meal if you plan it correctly, and then there's dessert. Swing by the fudge kitchen.
Nick, you'll actually, even a place that's not offering free samples, you'll take them.
Oh my God. Yeah, these are free, right?
You had them out here on a shelf.
You got to try the bourbon chicken, Steve. It's fantastic.
I've never had. All right, maybe you've dissuaded me from recoiling in horror.
I like bourbon chicken as
Really?
well. I'm just not going to take the
Rat
rat
on a
sample.
stick.
No.
Preston, King of Prussia Mall food court, the newer of the there's that Chinese restaurant, really good bourbon chicken there.
I'll tell you what was one of the greatest sample days ever is when they were handing out, it was Auntie M's, right? The pretzel?
Annie Ann's.
Right, Annie Ann's. They were
Annie
doing.
Ann's.
They had those sort of Wizard of Oz,
cinnamon sugar.
but they had the little cinnamon like nuggets, and they were handing those out the day they introduced them. That was awesome.
Yep, those are phenomenal.
That's awesome.
That's the one free thing I'll turn down. Auntie Anne's. Yeah, I don't like their pretzels.
You'll eat rat on a stick?
No, too buttery for me. I prefer. Listen, we all have our personal tastes.
We do.
Well, look at Casey about the fudge thing.
Yeah.
Are you not a butter fan?
Not on my pretzels.
Okay.
No, I prefer like a Philly Pretzel Factory or
Come on.
somebody else.
You're going to go
Wawa.
with Wetzel's?
Wetzel's.
Oh, Wetzel's.
Wetzel's is pretty buttery, too. What about those? Do you remember the hard pretzels? I think they might have been called butter twists.
Casey.
Oh,
they tasted so buttery. It was crazy.
Yeah. And when we worked at Y100, the Granite Run Mall next door, every now and then Chick-fil-A would stand up there and hand out nugget samples. Those I would try to sneak some extra ones up.
Yeah. Would you put on a false mustache and go back?
Yeah.
I'm just in. Hello. I'm a barrister in England, and I've heard talk of Chick-fil-A.
So, Nick. Nick, I don't know if you recall this, but I did this all the time at the Springfield Mall. They would have people doing surveys. And the surveys were you would sample Reese's peanut butter cups.
What?
And I knew where they always hung out.
They did this a lot?
Yes.
And I would always go in there. I never had that.
So Springfield Mall, by where the American Eagle used to be, I believe it's where the Ulta is now, they would hang there. And I knew where they would hang. And I would just kind of walk by like... And they'd be like, excuse me, do you have them? I'm like, yes, I do.
I was just out for my afternoon constitutional. What's this confection you're speaking of?
And you would sit down at a table and they would feed you Reese's peanut butter cups and ask you questions about it.
In that mall, so I remember in a mall I used to frequent all the time. It's where I don't mean to brag. I used to work at a B. Dalton bookstore. But they had a survey company in the mall.
Yeah.
And basically, people would hang out by where they would come out because they would say, you want to come back and try this or give us your opinion on Windex or whatever. Mm-hmm. And people would just go make some money.
Yep. Well, Costco, apparently the low unemployment means that there not a lot of people are applying for the roles as the sample people. And they are also, I guess, doing robotic versions of it or something.
I thought you were going to say that they're going to do away with their hot dogs and the little.
Never.
Yeah,
that's a great deal.
It's a big hit.
I told you. There's they've got some good food there, believe it or not. Let me see. We're going to move on, and we're going to do we're going to play a movie clip.
Right.
Movie food clip. I'm going to start off with a very easy one. And then we'll get a little harder as we go along, okay?
Getting hard right
now.
Oh, my God.
I knew it. The second that left my mouth, I knew. All right, what movie is this from?
All right, hey. All right, good job, guys. Let's just not come in tomorrow. Let's just take a day. You ever tried shawarma? There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. It's an easy one, by the way. All right, order up. Let's move on. A high-profile lawsuit by a California woman who claimed that Subway's tuna products contain ingredients other than tuna has been dismissed.
I remember this. Yeah, they were saying that they were using non-tuna meat.
Yep.
There was the one that was before that with Subway about the actual length of the foot long. I think the plaintiff prevailed in that, but they lost on this.
So the plaintiff, Nalima Amin, has come to agreement with the chain regarding dismissing the case with prejudice, meaning it cannot be brought again, court records show. And in fact, Amin had claimed to have ordered Subway tuna products more than 100 times before suing in January 2021, claiming that its tuna sandwiches, salads, and wraps included other fish species, chicken, pork, and cattle, or no tuna at all.
That's a problem. Was that the fact?
The judge will rule later on Subway's request that Amin's lawyers be sanctioned for bringing a frivolous class action. No, so they
I like when I see this.
Yeah, so
overly litigious.
They found for the defendant.
What's your level of tuna salad snobbery?
It's mild.
Okay.
I can be pretty lenient on tuna salad. So I told you guys, my regular thing was anytime I go to a diner, I'd order the tuna melt. Still searching for a great tuna melt.
And you got disappointed every single time.
Oh, man. I was more times than not, 7 out of 10 times I would be disappointed with the quality of the tuna specifically.
Yes, that's the key.
I remember going to Bob's Diner with you, and you were like, I'm going to go against my best instincts here. I'm going to go with the tuna.
Mm-hmm.
This place has to have good tuna. It's right next to a cemetery.
It was. I remember that. So the chain said in a statement, Subway serves 100% real, wild-caught tuna. The lawsuit and plaintiff's meritless claims, which have lacked any supporting evidence, resulted in the spread of harmful misinformation and caused damage to Subway's franchisees and the brand.
I rarely get tuna that I haven't prepared myself.
Right.
Yeah, because I know the
You put fudge in it?
No, because you know what? I don't like fudge. I don't know if I told you this or not, but
do you like? So let me ask you. Again, I think this is kind of like one of those food Rorschach tests about what I like. I don't like too much extra stuff in my tuna salad.
Most I will. I mean, as far as ingredients are concerned, some diced up celery, and that's it.
Okay.
I mean, but I do.
That's pretty simple.
I kind of overload it with pepper.
Yeah.
Not peppers, but like black pepper.
Sure.
Hellman's mayonnaise. Ooh, you know what? I tried Duke's because we didn't have Hellman's in my fridge for some reason. We had Duke's.
When was the last time you had a killer tuna sandwich?
Duke's is actually pretty good mayo.
I'm not, we probably talked about this before. When I was a kid, I thought tuna were really small because they came in a can. I had no idea that they were massive fish. I was like, how do they fit?
Massive
They're
fish.
huge.
Yes.
By the way, we had the revelation on the show a while ago about you catch one tuna, like a bluefin tuna,
Dude.
you're going to be on Easy Street for a while.
Yeah, my friend is a tuna fisherman. Actually, he's a fisherman.
He's a tuna fisherman.
Well, no, he's he's a fisherman in Rhode Island, but he will fish for tuna. And Steve, he caught this just a few weeks ago.
Wow. Holy hell. Look at that, Preston.
Yeah, the thing looks like it's about 8 feet.
Look at the size of that tuna, man.
That thing's huge.
How
That
much?
freaking tuna's huge, man.
How much do you think he gets for that? Like, I mean, is that a $5,000?
Kathy, do you remember when they had the guy came in with and we were marveling at how expensive that. So I can't even guesstimate that, Casey. I'm many thousands of dollars.
You know what? I think I asked, and they, they get paid per pound, I guess. And
did you see, Casey? There was a picture of a guy who had caught a similar guy. Obviously, what your friend has done, had one of those bluefin tuna, huge. And as it was being reeled in, a shark set upon it.
Oh, by the way, that was 500 pounds.
That was in Montauk.
Was that where it was?
That was in Montauk, yes. And they pulled out, basically the carcass of what they could have reeled in.
Literally saw the money just go into the shark's mouth.
Yeah, so he that tuna that I showed you was 500 pounds. It was 400 pounds after they cut the head off and everything.
After the Ozempic.
He gets about $20 a pound, so it's about that was an $8,000 fish that he caught. Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, well, the tuna is real at Subway. That tuna is real. All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this food clip is from.
All right, hey. All right, good job, guys. Let's just not come in tomorrow. Let's just take a day. You ever tried shawarma? There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it.
All right, we're going to go to Brad, see if he knows the answer to this. Hey, Brad, good morning.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there!
Good setup, Brad. All right, what movie's the clip from?
And I'm a big MCU fan, and that's the very first Avengers film.
Yeah, the Avengers. That is correct. Hang on a second. Case, what are we going to give him?
We are going to hook him up with a pair of tickets as MMR rocks John Oliver live. That's going to be Sunday, September 17th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
Case, because of that movie, I actually did try shawarma.
And?
I like it.
Is
Good
it
stuff.
lamb?
I like it.
No, you can get chicken.
I had chicken.
Okay.
I think there's different kinds you can get. Case, go to the new ones I sent over, if you would,
Alrighty.
please.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to play another movie food clip and see if we can identify it for a different prize. I think we
Which
have
one of
other
these
things
do you
to give away.
want?
Let's go with
1, 2, 3, or 4.
the second one,
Okay.
please. All right, let's see if you can tell what movie this food clip is from.
So, how about you, Vi? How was school? Nothing to report. You've hardly touched your food. I'm not hungry for meatloaf. Well, it is leftover night. We have steak, pasta. What are you hungry for?
Tony Ridinger.
Shut up.
All right, let's see if you know what movie, what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. Today is International Beer Day, folks. It's a global celebration of beer.
We live in the home of, some of the beer festivals, what is it? What am I on my brain for? What's the big beer week? The big celebration.
Beer week.
Beer week.
Yeah, Philadelphia Beer Week.
What do they call that beer week?
Yeah, it's a beer week.
So, yes. What you need,
predominantly beer.
What you need to do is to celebrate International Beer Day is drink good beer with good friends.
That seems pretty easy.
These websites
Seems kinda
always tell you,
stupid.
here's how you celebrate International Beer Day. Drink beer.
How much of a beer drinker are you?
I drink several beers a week.
Okay.
You're a Corona guy?
I'm a Corona. Here are the ones. I like Mexican lagers.
Yeah.
I found out that that's kind of what I gravitate to. So I like Corona. I like Pacifico.
Yes.
And every now and then I'll get Stella Artois, and those are kind of my three. That's it. I'm a pretty boring beer guy.
All right.
Marissa?
Preston, I introduced you to that El Trono.
The Dewey, isn't that from
Yeah, from Dewey Beer. El Trono is their Mexican lager.
really good?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was a smaller brewery beer that I liked that Marissa and Matt turned me on to.
Yeah, it's just like Coronas and such, but just a little different.
What's your level, Kathy? You're more wine, right?
You know what? I used to be a beer drinker. You guys know that. Same thing. I loved all of the Mexican beers. I can't drink beer anymore. It's just too, it makes me bloated or makes me feel not that
Gassy?
great. No, not gassy. That's not what I said.
I have lately been dabbling into ciders.
Yeah.
Because I just like.
I rip ass.
And Kathy rips ass. No, I didn't feel like I wanted something a little sweeter than beer one night, and I'm like, but some ciders taste like candy. Like they're too sweet.
Yeah.
And Stella, I said, which I know I like I like Stella Artois, and I saw a cider that they made, and I got it.
Stella,
and it's fantastic.
Yeah. Have you ever had a Dickens cider?
I have had a Dickens cider. In fact, I had. Sometimes you can get a hot Dickens cider.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Those are really good.
She's got to start with wine first.
Yeah, Dickens is great.
Have you, man. I like cider as well. No. I like one cider. I cannot have more than one because
I thought you meant in particular, woodchuck only.
One, it's like a Bloody Mary for me. I can only have one of them because beyond that, I either get, with the Bloody Mary, I get heartburn. And with the cider, if I have multiple, it's the worst hangover that you can possibly have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for me.
Too much sugar.
Well,
too much sugar, yeah.
For me, it's like, I just downed 3 Sprites in a row. It's like, drinking that.
I can't drink that much. Yeah, they taste that good. I know what it does to me afterwards.
Okay.
Preston, I want you to try a Gose. Gose.
Gose.
And there's some that are really sour. I'm guessing you wouldn't like a sour beer.
No, you don't like the lambic.
They're okay. I get 1 or 2,
Okay.
and
But Gose is that style. It's I don't want to call it similar to a
Gozerian?
cider.
Gose or the Gozerian.
Yeah, but it's sweeter and it's lighter.
I don't mind sours. I even like, porters and stouts and things like that. What I don't like are overly hoppy beers, the IPAs and things like that. I just have not liked that bitter flavor. Some people love it. The beer snobs love it. But I'm just not into that.
No, I'm with you sometimes. Sometimes they're a little too much, but these Gose are kind of like more of a lager-ish with a bite.
You ever have it? Well, speaking of bite, have you ever had a snake bite? I believe that is it's cider and beer, but I don't know if it's particular. If it's got to be a particular brand of cider and beer.
All right, by the way, so International Beer Day, there's probably pubs and bars that are celebrating it today.
Right.
So I don't know if they'll have specials or not. But one of the things they do mention is try beers from other cultures from around the world today. It's just kind of a day to explore that. And also make sure you thank your brewer and thank your bartender today. And
word to your mother.
And word to your mother. We out. By the way, so snakebite is a drink in the United Kingdom. Traditionally, it's made equal parts lager and cider, Case. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, all right, let's see if we can find a winner. We need you to identify this food movie clip. Here it is.
So, how about you, Vi? How's school? Nothing to report. You've hardly touched your food. I'm not hungry for meatloaf. Well, it is leftover night. We have steak, pasta. What are you hungry for?
Tony Ridinger.
Shut up.
All right, we'll go to Steve and see if he knows the answer. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to see you, sir. All right, Steve, what movie is it from?
That is from The Incredibles.
Yes, it is. Hang on a second, Steve. Here's what we got for you.
You have a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. That's going to be on Friday, November 17th at the Borgata Event Center in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now. Event dates run November 9th through the 18th, and you can visit theborgata.com for tickets and complete details.
Quick question. Michael Giacchino, obviously, a good friend of ours. Nick,
he wrote this music.
Yeah, he wrote this music. Do we know his availability? Because is he working on the Them movie right now?
He is, but I reached out to him recently, and I will follow up with you when I hear back.
All right. Next order. Oh, wait, no.
Wait.
Another movie clip.
All right, which one?
Anyone you want.
Okay, I think I'm going to go with this one.
All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this food movie clip is. Here we go.
You start out with a little bit of oil, and you fry some garlic. Then you throw in some tomatoes, tomato paste. You fry it. You make sure it doesn't stick. You got it to a boil. You shove in all your sausage and your meatballs. And a little bit of wine. And a little bit of sugar. And that's my trick.
All right, let's see if you know that movie. 215-263-WMMR. Now, we have another one. So, a survey of 2,000 Americans who cook regularly found that 25%, a quarter, are intimidated by cooking in their own kitchen, and 60% are intimidated by cooking international foods.
Run that by me again.
That it says 25% are intimidated by cooking in their own kitchen, and 60% are intimidated by cooking international foods. These dishes may have too many steps, seem complicated, or are easy to fumble.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Your
Whoever wrote
specialty is
this.
French bread, right?
So here's
Like
the thing.
French toast.
Here's the thing about cooking international dishes, especially if you start dabbling in some of the Asian cuisine. You end up buying things that you only use one time, and they sit in your refrigerator for 3 years afterwards, like eel sauce and stuff like that.
Jesus.
And we've done it, like Carter gets on a kick on something he wants to make, and then we'll make it, and then, we've got hoisin sauce and all these other things that are sitting around forever.
Yeah. You have like 4 passion fruits in them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm never going to use these again.
Yeah, and it becomes the most expensive like egg roll that you've ever eaten. And I did the chili dogs for National Chili Dog Day. Like, it ended up being like a $30 chili dog that I made because I didn't have any of the ingredients for the chili dogs.
When you try to get, and listen, I'm not nowhere near at the level that I'm in Kathy's ballpark on this stuff, but I'll never forget, we got on that juice kick when it was kicking in big time, and we had the Juice King, and we're going to make our juice. I swear to God, we had 2 6-ounce glasses of juice that cost about $60. It was insane.
I think I made $50 hummus once, because I had to buy a food processor and all the chickpeas.
Yeah, you give up at some point. You're like,
tahini.
God.
You use like 1 tablespoon of tahini.
Yeah.
Are there businesses that make this stuff?
The top international dishes that Americans love eating but fear making, including pasta from scratch. That is actually very easy
It's
to
just
make.
eggs and flour, is it
Eggs
not?
and flour, essentially, made some salt, and there are other ways to make it, but that's the general gist of it. You need a pasta machine to stretch it out into the shapes and everything if you want it to be halfway decent, but it's very, very easy to make. Beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington.
That's a tough one.
Well,
I've never attempted a beef Wellington.
So Wellingtons are one of the mainstay meals at Hell's Kitchen.
Yes.
So that's a big thing. That's always a test for the chefs that are competing on Hell's Kitchen, that they have to make beef Wellingtons.
And also sushi is a difficult one. Carter went through a sushi phase. We bought the
seaweed.
We bought the seaweed paper,
10,000
all the rice, and the
bamboo roll.
little bamboo roller things. I bought as a gift. We got it over to him for Christmas or his birthday or something like that. He tried it a couple times. It's hard to do. It's one of those things you have to keep doing over and over before you eventually get halfway decent at it.
It ends up sort of just like you got a bunch of rice and seaweed paper on a plate.
It's loose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not fun. You want to be able to pick your sushi up. Which countries have the best dishes according to this survey? 51% prefer Italian food for dinner. 27% prefer Italy or Greek for salads, Italian or Greek salads. And 26% want a French dessert.
Ooh.
21% of respondents say Ethiopia has the best snack foods.
Huh.
Is that right?
Like what?
I've never had Ethiopian snack foods. I have no idea. It doesn't give any examples. And 34% want Mexican for lunch.
Yeah. Hey, what's a good French dessert that because I'm drawing a blank on?
Isn't that Claire?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of pastries.
Okay.
Casey, a lot of pastries are French based.
Okay.
So a lot of that stuff that you love.
Italian, I think, Italian would probably rate as the number one most preferred cuisine, right? I mean,
yeah. It's a 51% prefer Italian food, especially if you're going to have it for dinner.
So my favorite Mediterranean in general, a Mediterranean meal, whether it be salmon and olives and leafy greens and all that. So that's what I'm into the most now, and that would have been an aberration to me years ago. So that's fairly common, right?
Yep, I would think so. All right, let's see if we can get a winner. We got a movie clip that involves food. If you can tell what film this is from, you win a prize. Here is the clip for you.
You start out with a little bit of oil, and you fry some garlic. Then you throw in some tomatoes, tomato paste. You fry it. You make sure it doesn't stick. You got it to a boil. You shove in all your sausage and your meatballs. And a little bit of wine. And a little bit of sugar. And that's my trick.
All right, let's go to Tom, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy, what movie is that from?
It's The Godfather.
It is, of course. Clemenza offering up his recipe for an awesome gravy.
Do you know why Clemenza wasn't in the sequel? It was a completely contractual.
Really?
He asked for too much money.
No.
And he blew his opportunity. That's why they say he passed away in the first few minutes of Godfather 2.
No kidding. All right, Case, what do we got for him?
Hey, we got a pair of tickets as MMR rocks John Oliver live. That's going to be on Sunday, September 17th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale today in just a little over an hour, 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
I got that completely wrong. I was thinking it was the scene in Goodfellas where they're cooking in the
prison. Paul Sorvino.
And I completely confused my Godfather and Goodfellas.
I can see that Paul Sorvino does a thing about you use a razor to
Yeah.
cook
That's the one.
Thin,
so it melts.
All right, let's play another clip. Let's see if you can identify this movie clip that involves food or beverage. This one involves beverage. Okay, so listen closely and see if you can tell me.
Have coffee.
I'll have a decaf espresso.
I'll have a double decaf cappuccino.
Do you have any decaffeinated coffee ice cream?
I'll have a half double decaffeinated half cap with a twist of lemon. You coming
I'll have a twist of lemon.
I'll have a twist of lemon. I'll have a twist of lemon, please.
I'll have a twist of lemon.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. All right, here's another. Order up. Is this the last one?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I got one last movie clip I'd really like to play. All right, let's see if we can fit it in. But another poll that was done concerning food, 67% of Americans said that they could live off of sandwiches for a full week.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
A week.
Probably for the rest of my life.
It could be my regular week thing.
I had a sandwich for dinner.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
We were
yeah.
we were going to the belly flop, and I'm like, I didn't have time to cook, and I'm like, I'll just make a sandwich, and it was a delightful sandwich. Here is something that I want to pose to you, and I did it just for myself last night, and this is something that I think is missing a nice little added little exclamation point to put on your sandwich. You take a toothpick, you put the toothpick in the sandwich, and then you put an olive on that toothpick.
I do the same thing, but with my urethra.
Okay.
Yeah.
You put it in your urethra.
Yeah.
That's called sounding. By the way.
Olive sounding.
So it just, I don't know. I think it makes it look
So
happier.
you decorate your sandwiches
Just for me.
That's adorable.
I do like to do that. And I think you can spice up a sandwich by just doing a couple little bitty things that go an extra mile. Let's say you're putting a little mayo on your ham and cheese.
Yeah.
Put a little pepper on that mayo.
I always do.
Put a little pepper or salt and pepper on there, something like that.
You put mayo on ham and cheese?
Sure.
That's not a mustard sandwich for you?
It's both. I put mayo and a little bit of Dijon on there.
Yeah, I'm a Dijon. Yeah.
As I'm making my food, it's just something that's really cool. Like making my sandwich, I rub my genitals.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
On the sandwich?
No.
Okay.
Just in the preparation.
By the way, 54% respondents said the perfect sandwich does contain tomato.
No.
Okay.
Let him finish.
I think it should include tomato and actually onion as well. A little purple onion. Red onion, I'm sorry. No?
No.
Okay. What?
Your opinion's wrong.
And lettuce as well.
Lettuce is okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But those
It
other ones are
depends on what you're doing. I mean, tomatoes not like in a club sandwich. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a BLT? Yes.
Yeah. Come on, man.
No, but I'd put it on ham and cheese. I'd put it on roast beef, turkey. Absolutely. But 54% of respondents say that does contain tomato.
I switched from lettuce to baby spinach years ago because people said that's healthier for you. And there's zero benefits for lettuce or whatever.
If you're in an open coffin wake, will you put lettuce and tomato on the body?
There's zero benefit from iceberg lettuce.
Right.
But romaine definitely has some nutritional value to it.
It can't be tremendous, right? For romaine? Yeah.
I've just gotten used to spinach at this point, and I like it.
I love spinach. I love arugula, and I love the leafier version of kale. Yeah, I'm a badass.
39% of people insist on cheddar cheese, and 39% Black Forest ham.
Yes.
As what they prefer.
That's a good ham.
I am an imported ham kind of guy.
Ketchup and barbecue sauce were the most popular condiments. I would say no on that, Casey. Yeah. And whole wheat was selected as the top choice of bread when we all know it should be rye bread.
By the way, we're working on something.
Yeah.
The least favorite condiment, ranch dressing.
Oh, guys. Did you happen to see, and I was going to surprise you.
Sounded very hot.
Oh, guys.
Oh, my God. We should.
I don't like fudge.
We should send somebody to Target right now. Do you know that they have whipped ranch dressing?
Whipped
ranch
dressing?
So whipped ranch dressing.
Whipped. It looks like a whipped cream can, and it's whipped ranch.
Come on.
And and they have whipped blue cheese as well.
For what purpose?
To put it on
dessert?
things. Yeah.
To put on things.
To put on things. I saw
a little more whipped cream, a little whipped ranch. Okay. We're looking at it, Casey. It looks kind of cheese whizzian.
Yeah, it is. I saw a TikTok of a woman buying it, and then putting it on her pizza.
Oh, yeah.
I'm intrigued by the blue cheese. You could use that in like a charcuterie if you're doing like a like a ham on a cracker and then maybe a little bit on top. That would look kind of neat.
Yeah.
Or is it whip it?
You could probably still do whippets with those too.
Yeah, it's called flip whip.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. All right, let's see if we can get a winner for this clip. What movie is this from? Please tell me.
Have coffee.
I'll have a decaf espresso.
I'll have a double decaf cappuccino.
Do you have any decaffeinated coffee ice cream?
I'll have a half double decaffeinated half cap with a twist of lemon.
I'll have a twist of lemon.
I'll have a twist of lemon. I'll have a twist of lemon, please.
I'll have a twist of lemon.
All right, let's go to Rihanna, see if we know the answer. Rihanna, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what movie is that clip from, please?
L.A. Story.
Great movie. Yeah,
well done.
Yep, correct. Hang on, Rihanna. Here's what we have for you.
Hey, we're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Fall Out Boy with Bring Me the Horizon, Royal and the Serpent, and Games We Play. That's going to be this Sunday, August 6th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale via Ticketmaster, and all the details can be found at WMMR.com.
All right, we got to close up,
That's
gang.
it.
Sorry, I wish we had time for more Connoisseur, but that's the last order that we have. Enjoy. Go out. Eat something if you're hungry.
This weekend, eat.
If you're hungry, eat something.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take
If you
a
get
break.
tired, sleep.
We're going to have Gary Owen, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club, stopping in just a couple of minutes. Yep, he'll be in here shortly. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Finally,
Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
It's right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano.
Love it.
Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
Out of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. we will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round.
Okay.
Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Josinez. Is that how you say her last name? Josinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. I will. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right. So, but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right, here we go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard. I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes. These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next question.
Is there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it! Nice! So that's 2 points. Yes. And that means it's Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow. Shows at 7 and 10 p.m. Make sure you get them now at heliumcomedy.com because you'll get to see our next guest, Gary Owen, who is here in our studio.
Thanks, guys.
Nice to see you, Gary. How you doing?
I'm good.
Wonderful.
Good. It's been a couple years.
It has been a couple of years.
Lots changed. Like last time I was here, the Eagles weren't that great, and now I'm from Cincinnati. The Bengals weren't that great, and my hell, times have changed.
It's a complete reverse. Well, you're hanging. Is one of your besties now on the Bengals?
Who's that? Nixon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my dude.
I keep seeing that name pop up. So how did that happen?
I don't know. We became cool. It's kind of happened organically, and then we do a birthday party every year right before training camp. And so, I don't know, it's just a good time, man.
I want to ask you something, because yesterday, I don't know why we brought up Cleveland, but we did. Oh, we were talking about Cedar Point.
Cedar Point.
Yeah.
What does Cincinnati think of Cleveland, and what does Cleveland think of Cincinnati?
It's weird. It's like we're stepbrothers because we don't like each other, but on Saturdays, Ohio State brings everybody together.
All right.
So it really is like that. I don't know if there's anything like that in Philly, Pittsburgh.
No,
I don't think Penn brings anybody together for the debate.
State is so big, and Pittsburgh is it's like 5 hours away. It's a haul.
Pittsburgh is there just to let you know you're going the right direction on the turnpike.
That's what I'm talking about.
You forget. Right? How often do you forget Pittsburgh is in this state?
Yep.
So do you follow or care about the Bearcats at all? University of Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you a Kelsey fan then, Jason?
Love the Kelseys.
Okay. All right. Good.
He was so cordial. Like, I'm a huge Bengals fan, but he let me sit in his suite for that AFC title game against the Bengals and Chiefs. And it was very Cincinnati heavy because he had a lot of his college teammates there.
Yeah.
But they were all rooting for the Chiefs. And there's a funny video after the game where everybody's going nuts, and I'm just sitting there sulking in a seat in the corner.
So how is it in your DNA? Will it really F you up a loss, or do you just kind of roll with it?
Oh no, I'm awful.
Really?
I don't like to go to sports bars because people like to talk to you. I like to watch it in my room, alone, so I can scream and yell. And then I don't like watching ESPN that week when they lose.
Yeah,
like
I'm the same way.
Oh, when Burrow hurt his calf last week,
you're like, oh my god,
it ruined everything.
Yeah,
all I got was the notice on my phone, and then I texted his trainer. I was like, yo, he good? He's good, right? Don't do this to me, bro. He goes, he's fine, a couple weeks.
Wow. Yeah, it's I find, obviously, there are things that we all our hobbies are things that we're into. I'll dabble in sports. Preston, Preston's sort of similar to me, but Casey and Nick much more so. It to me, it's just any participation in it as an active spectator is heart-wrenching. It just kills you, and there's so many. It's just rife with disappointment.
It's interesting you mentioned that about watching ESPN, because I'm not really a football fan, not big major sports fan, but I play golf. That's my sport. Okay, so. And I'm like deep into it. Like it's almost all I think about. But if I have a bad round, so I watch a lot of YouTubers and watch golf and all that stuff. If I personally am playing poorly, I don't want to see anything about it. I don't want to see any golf. I don't want to watch a video, a commercial, nothing about that sport whatsoever.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't like that when I played flag football. I could still watch NFL football.
Yeah. Flag football was...
You know what's funny is in the world of sports radio, they get better ratings when the team, like a football team, loses.
Yes, they sell more papers the next day too.
And I can't stay far enough away from
You're talking about
anything.
Philly?
Yeah.
In general,
Philly.
in general, sports radio, sports stations, sports talk does better when the team of that particular
that
city
makes sense,
is
though.
doing
Yeah,
badly.
everybody wants to call in and bitch
Especially
about it.
here.
Yeah.
Especially here.
Yeah.
I don't see too many people tripping in Green Bay like Philly. You know, God, you guys are on another level.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you for noticing.
I mean, you always see the guys get knocked out after the game, like a Cowboys fan gets jumped by the Eagles fan.
We're trying to curtail that a bit. Yeah, but Casey contends. I think a lot of us do that. You'll find.
It's in every
crappy
city.
fans
It's in every
everywhere.
city.
Well,
I
I'll
was
tell you a funny
assaulted
story.
in San Francisco. by
You were
the way.
assaulted?
I was assaulted
At
by
the old stadium or the new one?
at the old stadium, Candlestick.
Yeah, that's different. The new one is near an amusement park, so you're good. It's kind of hard to be gangster, and they're serving funnel cakes right next door. You know what I mean?
It's not
Powdered
gangster.
sugar on the guy's face. What'd you say about my squad, bro?
But I cut you off. What were you saying?
No, it was funny. Like years ago, I was in Pittsburgh, and me and my buddy went, and I'm very, very conscious. There's kids, because I brought my kids to games before. Don't cuss, root for my team, don't go in on the other team.
Right.
Bengals took the lead against the Steelers, and I'm going nuts. And this guy about 3 rows behind me goes, "Hey, man, you stand up one more time, we're going to have problems." And I looked up, I said, "I just got back from Iraq. I can't help but they're playing here. I just want to see my team play." He was like, "I'm sorry," with the same intensity.
I love that.
My boy was like, "Where'd you come up with that?" I was like, "I got the haircut."
That's right.
You were in the Navy, though, weren't you?
I was in the Navy, yeah.
You were part of the Presidential Honor Guard. We talked about that.
Yeah, we did funerals and parades. I was still in the Navy and doing stand-up at the same time.
So what was that like?
Which one?
I mean, were there any restraints put on you as an active serviceman with what you were doing on stage? Could that have been an issue?
I don't know. I mean, this was pre-internet.
Oh,
so
well, that helps.
they weren't as aware.
helps.
You're looking at the late 90s, and it was interesting because I took a week's leave, and they had this show called Comic View on BET, and they filmed the whole season in a week. So they would do 5 episodes. They would do 3 episodes a day for 5 days. And I went up, recorded it, took a week's leave at LA, came back to San Diego, and I'm literally I was a police officer, so I'd be waving cars on the base, but now I'm airing on BET, and every now and then a brother would pull on the base like, "Hey man, was you on TV last night?" Yeah, keep it going, player. All right, have a good day, right? And then they called, the head of Curtis Gatz, head of BET, called and said they want to make me the host. I still had like 6 months left on my enlistment.
Wow.
They weren't recording for 3 more months, so I was like, okay, so now I got to go back to my command and be like, "Can I get out 3 months early because I got a TV show?" So I had to go in front of a board and kind of plead my case.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get into what happened. They were very creative on how I was able to do the TV show and not report for duty.
Well, I have some notes. And were you the voted top black comedian in San Diego?
Yeah, but it was a radio call-in.
Oh, okay.
So it was like the hip-hop station. I was driving on the highway.
All right.
And they said, "We're looking for the funniest black comedian in San Diego." So I pulled over, wrote the number down. It's for cell phones. Called in. And I didn't say I was white or black, but I did put a little bass in my voice. I was like, this the contest? All right, yeah, I'm Gary. I kind of gave it away to Gary. And then I got there, and I won it. And interesting, Nick Cannon was in that contest.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
Speaking of black comedians, that show, that Byron Allen show, shows up on like MeTV or whatever all the time. And you'll see comedians, and sometimes it's like 10, 15 years old or whatever, but you've done his show, haven't you?
Is that the comedy.tv?
Yeah.
Him and that and Comics Unleashed.
Yes.
And
he's built this empire, which is, and he's a comedian, I guess, ostensibly, but really he's a businessman.
Yes,
and
smart.
That show is kind of cool to see because you'll see guys at the beginning of their career or they've been around for a while, but you'll see it 10 or 15 years later.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I know what you're talking about because you'll see like Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah.
You'll see like Sebastian on there.
Just started.
Kreischer.
Yeah. And the thing is, we've talked about this. I remember Byron Allen. And what was he on Real People? Or what was it?
Yeah, Real People.
Yeah.
Right. So Real People. I knew him first as a stand-up.
Right.
That was the first experience. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, Byron Allen just bought
The Weather
Utah.
Channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like, what in the
He's a
hell?
billionaire at this point.
Yeah. Did your sense of humor get you in trouble in the Navy?
No. I was able to like finesse people.
Yeah.
It kept me out of trouble.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I was wondering, because Donnell Rawlings was Air Force, was he not?
Was he?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought he was. And I wasn't sure if, like if there's a decent percentage of professional comedians out there that actually started in the armed forces, and if there's anything in that way of living that informed your comedy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps because one, when you're all broke,
Yeah.
you all wear the same outfits. So as far as like there's no classes, there's no racial stuff because you're all the same.
Yeah.
And even when you get out of boot camp and you'll see sometimes you'll see a dude buy a chain, you're like, dude, I know how much money you make. Like, we know it's fake. Stop.
Yeah, there's no, you can't.
Why do you have cash money records? No, I think it helped because my first bunkmate in boot camp, I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in Ohio.
Right.
So all the black people lived in the city. My bunkmate was from South Carolina. I'll never forget his name was Copera, Washington. And he got letters sent from home, and he was like on a John Deere tractor on a farm. And I said, you on vacation or something? He goes, nah, that's where I live. I go, black people don't live on farms. And he was like, what? He grabbed this brother from Alabama, this brother from Mississippi. He goes, Gary, tell me what you just told me. I said, black people don't live on farms. And they was like that do the right thing moment. They was like, this dude. And then they all like, we all live on farms. I go, shut up. Like, mind blown. And just because I didn't know in the South, black people live in the country.
Yeah.
We're Midwest. And I'm sure in Philly, too, that it's more urban.
Yeah,
they're in the city.
Sure, yeah.
I had no idea.
Right.
None.
It's eye-opening. Have you done the Apollo? Have you played the Apollo?
Yeah, I did it after I was kind of established.
How'd you do?
I did good.
Yeah.
Didn't get booed. You can look it up on YouTube. I made it.
Notoriously, if they're on your side, wonderful. If not,
man.
you're dead.
I love watching Showtime at the Apollo.
Oh,
on
it's
Saturday
great.
Nights.
Oh.
Loved it. Yeah.
Oh, especially if like the funny thing is if a white dude gets on there and can actually hold a note, that's the best reaction. Oh! He's singing Luther.
That's great. That's awesome.
Man.
I had this moment with this black woman the other day. I was pulling into the parking lot at my gym, and I wanted to turn where she was coming down. And so I was waiting for her, and she just starts smiling at me, and she's yelling at, and it was all cordial, right? I'm like, what does this woman want? So we both rolled down our windows, and she looks at me, she goes, you cute. Yes. And then next thing I know, we're talking. She's like, what's your name? She goes, my name's Tracy. What's your name? I go, Casey. Casey and Tracy. And then we just like hit it off. She's like, I can't wait to see you again. I was like, me too.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You hit it?
Full on. Well, I'm married. And
Oh. I didn't know that. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm divorced, so I probably would have hit it.
There you go.
Hey, Tracy.
Man. Where was that case?
It was at my gym.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so you'll see her again.
Yes, I will.
Well, and your wife listens?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Your wife's going to the gym with you now, buddy.
Listen, go back to your time in the Navy. What was your job? What did you do?
First 2 years, I was in the honor guard, so we did the funerals and parades in D.C. Because when I was in boot camp, they said everyone over 6 foot with a 34-inch waist or under go to the field house, and so I fit the mold. So I go there, and they give you this big presentation. So all of a sudden, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And so I qualified, and then I went there for 2 years, and then after that, I went to the police academy, and then I ended up being a cop the rest of the time.
Just on bases and stuff like that?
On the bases.
Okay.
I let everybody go, bro.
Yeah.
I was a great cop to the command. It's different when you live on the base and you got to arrest people because you got to see them again.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Let me tell you something. If you got arrested by me, you deserved it. I let, when I say everybody, DUIs, I'm like, you're good. You made it back to the base. Because my thing was, most of the guys are underage. You're coming back from Mexico.
Yeah.
I was like, you got past Border Patrol. You got past the federales. You got past San Diego PD. You got past Highway Patrol. You did what you had to do to get back to the base. I'm not pulling you over now. Welcome home, baby.
If someone was AWOL, would that fall under your purview? Or
if they was AWOL, they're not on the base anymore.
Right.
You
So
know.
that doesn't concern you.
No, I don't think we ever had any AWOL cases.
Okay.
And you didn't want to be a cop when you got out of the Navy? No, you were done with that.
Well, I got on a ship, and that's the first time I dealt with like a jerk type boss. Because he told me, he goes, Gary, go around and get like these 3 write-ups. So like you got stencils on your uniform, or uniform ain't ironed, or your haircut's not right, and you got to give people these. They call them chits, and you kind of write them up. And then if you get 3 chits, you get put on restriction. And then I don't want it. So I walked around for a couple hours, and I was like, I came back, and then the guy was like, "Where's your write-ups?" I go, "I don't really see nothing worth writing up." He goes, "No, don't come back." So you have 3 write-ups. I said, "Oh, this is about to be a long couple of years on this ship."
Right.
And so that's that's when I knew. I go, I'm not gonna write somebody up if their hair. I'm just gonna tell them, hey man, fix your haircut. And then if I see him the next day, it's different. But if he got his fixed, I'm not gonna write you up for that. You're busy.
Yeah.
So that was the thing.
How many people were on that base, by the way, at that time? I'm just wondering because my friend, you're in San Diego.
Yeah, I was on one of the smaller bases. I was on NEB Coronado.
Okay.
Where,
that area is beautiful.
Yeah. That's where the buds go through the SEAL team train.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was the most interesting thing because I got to see firsthand like Hell Week.
Oh, wow.
And things like that.
Yeah.
So you'd see them. So I go off work because you wake up Sunday night and you don't go to bed till Friday morning.
Oh my God.
The Hell Week, right?
It's unbelievable.
So we were on 12-hour shifts. I'm working nights. So I work 2 days and then I get off. Then I'm off for like 2 days and I come back and they're still going. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah.
And you'd see him like hallucinating.
Yeah.
Like one guy they was carrying the little rafts over their head, and the guy was going, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" And you would talk to their their command, like the actual SEAL team guys that are taking their whole week, and I'd be like, "What was that guy doing?" And he's like, "Dude, he thought like bricks were flying at him with arrows or something." And he was telling the guys to move. I was like, "What?" He's hallucinating.
There was I think it was on History Channel. It was a documentary series about that process.
Yeah.
It was fascinating and made me so certain I would have been a disaster in the military.
Oh, yeah, but the SEAL's another level.
I know, yeah.
And I was like, I wanted no part of that, none. But it was interesting because when all the police brutality cases was going on the last couple of years, what we did on our base was every shift we would have somebody from the SEAL team on the shift, and the reason being is if one of those guys like check out, he's got a rapport with them, and he knows how he's thinking and how he can handle it. So it was cool. I was like, oh, that's what basically I think every police force should have that. Somebody from that area on every shift, so you're not just running up on somebody you know them. You're like, Craig, come on, stop, come on now.
Yes.
So it was interesting because I was like, oh, I never thought of it like that, and that's why we always had somebody on every shift that was from one of the SEAL teams.
When you were doing the honor guard, so there was it was a viral video that was floating around a couple of days ago. It was raging storms, and the soldier,
Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
Did you ever pull duty like that?
No, that was Army. The Army does that.
Right. Okay.
And those
that's right.
guys, that's another level too, because those guys, I think it's like 21 steps back and forth.
You wait 21 seconds and turn. And,
everybody's the exact same height, exact same weight. They have to look exactly alike. It was funny because one time we went up there and the guy literally, that's the first time I ever seen anybody break character, and he just spoke to somebody. Kids were acting up or something, and he basically was still marching and like yelled something out to them.
You've got to be.
There's a series of videos you can see of those guards chastising the people who are being disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty intense too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that part of your life that's behind you.
It's weird, isn't it? You go from the military to stand up.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You get to appear in Little Man, right?
yeah, right.
Yes, you jumped right out of one into the other, and then did it turn into full time? And once you did that TV bit with BET, and then
yeah.
Okay.
That was like headlining immediately. So I didn't have the quote unquote normal grind.
Yeah.
Some comics opening and rogue gigging at crappy hotels. I was in the military though, so I was doing it for a couple years.
It was nothing new to you.
Yeah. So I was like, I couldn't travel. All my stuff was in San Diego, and then all of a sudden I was headlining, and it was just everything happened kind of fast.
We were chatting in the green room a little bit about, and you made a good point that it hadn't occurred to me, was you're always, as a comedian and as somebody who's been doing it for a while, you're always wondering who the next big guy is going to be. And somebody that we don't know now is going to be big in a year from now. But you have 2 million Instagram followers. So has that been like a slow, steady, that's a huge number. Or was did you get a big burst at one point?
It's weird. It'll go, and then it'll plateau, and then it'll go, and then it'll plateau. It's weird. If you get one video that just goes nuts, you'll get like you get like 50,000.
Right.
And then it'll plateau. You won't get 50. You'll get 50,000 for like 5 months, and then you'll get it in a month. Because we and him was talking off air, and I go, Matt Rife's the guy that hit recently, right?
Yes.
And there's always every couple years going to be a comedian that hits.
Yep.
And I remember I was talking to one of my openers. I said, man, think about our line of work. There's somebody out there right now, probably at a crappy hotel, making $50 a night. He didn't even know he's about to pop.
Yeah.
And everybody's got a different story.
Yeah.
His was TikTok.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it was like the next month I was in Atlanta, and Matt was coming a couple weeks after me, and he was like, I saw he was, no, a couple months. He was already sold out. And I go, interesting, because you kind of know the guy that are selling tickets.
Yeah. He's kind of a good-looking dude, right?
He's decent.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you're into. Abs and chiseled chin. And,
Very
crystal
body.
Crystal blue eyes.
Yeah. Zero
That's
body
not
fat.
me. That's not me.
I remember we had Amy Schumer in here, and she was with someone else who was actually the headliner, and she was the support act. And like 2 years later, boom, exploded. And
Didn't
we were
we
like,
give them a hard time? Weren't we like, no, we're having one comedian?
yeah, we're just having one on.
Just
It's easier
one.
to interview one person, one microphone, and it was Amy Schumer was the other person, and just every now and then somebody just takes off.
And what's interesting about our line of work, it's always a different reason.
Yeah.
Like Matt's TikTok. Other one, it could be Tiffany Haddish was a movie.
Yeah.
Right.
And everybody's got a different. It's just something happened. Cat Williams was people don't realize it was the BET Awards.
Right.
He went up and just had a perfect 6-minute set.
Yeah.
And after that, he just took off.
But you want to have a sustainable career on stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I almost feel like the slow burn is the way to do that.
And the good thing about the slow burn is the clubs ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get those fans that grow with you, you always work.
Yeah.
Well, years ago it used to be, and it was, did you ever do the Def
Comedy Jam? Yeah, I did that too.
So that was a big stepping board for a lot of people, but it used to be, and there's a series on, I think it's Vice, the behind the mic, like the dark side of stand-up comedy and so on and so forth. But when you watch that, you realize going back a couple of decades how pivotal the Tonight Show was. That would be that they just saw you. You maybe were in it. Look at Freddie Prinze. One appearance. At the end of that appearance, he was signed for a sitcom. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a tectonic shift. You don't see stuff like that.
Well, I like it now because comics have controlled their own career with YouTube, TikTok, all the Facebook. I mean, you can really, you don't quote unquote need the quote unquote machine.
Yeah.
You can build your own career and build your own fan base.
Can you generate? Because I see this all the time as I'm kind of researching, Instagram and putting some stuff up on YouTube, and the algorithms and all that stuff change constantly. I always see people, comedians and other people pissing and moaning about revenue streams and how things get tamped down and things get effed with. Do you encounter that, or is that even something you're concerned with?
No, you can make you make a decent amount of money on YouTube and Facebook. I don't know how the algorithms work.
Yeah.
So I have people that
do
I hire that do that cut my videos up, and I'm trusting them.
Yeah.
And you gotta. I will say you got to spend more to make more, because I hired a group that's all they deal with is stand-ups.
Oh,
So
really?
They do like Russell Peters, they do Gabriel stuff. I said I'm gonna go with guys that are tried and true, and they're a little more money, but I realized I'm making more off social media than I'm spending with them, so it's a profit.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
If you're just jumping in, it's Gary Owen. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. There's 2 shows each night, 7 and 10 p.m., heliumcomedy.com. You just had a birthday a couple weeks ago, 49?
Yeah.
Well, how does that number 50 feel looming down the road? Is that anything that you think about at all?
My stuff still works.
All right.
So I'm good.
All right. I mean, not necessarily
Black don't
work.
crack.
That's really what it comes down to. I rise to the occasion.
I didn't. When 50 was looming, I didn't really think about it too much. I didn't let it get under my skin at all.
I
I
didn't even think about it till you just said it. Thanks.
All right, no problem.
Appreciate that.
Sharing the love.
Why am I here?
Have a good show tonight. On the senior tour. I mean, look, you're in shape. I remember, I used to talk about this all the time. My perception was, I remember years ago, I was like, 40? Who wants to even be alive when you're 40?
Ain't lying.
Yeah. And but it all rolls and changes,
Well, we talked about it before we came on the air.
Yeah.
He was playing the Smashing Pumpkins 1979, and that came out in like 94, 95. And I remember watching that video and thinking, God, what were they doing in 79? The clothes, everything else. You made that song now?
Yeah.
What is it, 2008, 2007? Like, that was right around the corner.
If Back to the Future were to come out tomorrow, it would be based in 1993.
Yep.
No.
Wow.
93.
That's crazy.
It's a mind blower.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's actually chilling. That's upsetting.
It came out in 85 and it was
Yeah.
based in 55.
Yep.
This thing, Brian Westbrook was getting drafted.
Yeah, it all comes back to like football and draft.
Yeah.
That's how you measure time.
Do you do the leagues? Do you do the
fantasy
football?
Yeah.
How invested do you get?
I get pretty invested. Yeah, I don't want.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go down.
So
I don't want to go down that dark hole.
I'm not asking money. How many leagues are you in?
I'm just one, but it's a big money league.
Okay.
Yeah, we have it's a lot. There's 10 of us.
Do you do the daily fantasy stuff like FanDuel and stuff?
No.
Okay.
It's just every week. Just it's so stressful. I couldn't do it every day.
Oh, I love it.
Is it presumptuous to ask what are we talking about? Money wise.
This may seem like a lot, but you realize the NFL season is 18 weeks now,
right?
17 and a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody puts in $5K. So it's over a 4-month period,
right?
And then the first prize gets $45,000. There's 10 of us.
Whoa. Wow.
And then did I do it right? 50? Yeah, $45,000. And then second prize, you get your money back. You get 5.
Okay.
I mean, that's not outland. I've heard, but that's. Have you ever won?
Nope. Nope. Don't go on your. And it's funny. Everybody in the league are none of them have W-2s. I'll put it that way. So it's a bunch of guys that have lawn care businesses.
Oh, okay. All right. I think 10 guy leagues. Everybody's got stacked rosters. I'm in a 12-guy league, and it's all like my friends from college, and it's a great way to stay connected. But also, we are very, very, very heavily invested, and it not monetarily. I think. It's
psychologically.
And it took like 5 years to get us to 150, right? So before it was like $100.
So
like, come on,
$45 grand is just around the corner.
But that seems like a lot. But then when my buddy broke it down to me, he goes, "Dude, it's like 18 weeks. So if you break it up per week, it's not that bad. But everybody got the money up front. We've had guys back. I'll get you. I got you. It's coming, dude.
Yeah.
And if you just win once in 9 years, you get your money back.
That part,
that
part too. Yeah. Because we always think there's conspiracies in the league. Like, why are you trading Saquon Barkley for like the backup on the Buccaneers running back? That doesn't go together.
Well, this past year, if you recall, and there was a big hubbub about this in my league, it all came down to a Monday night football game. The championship came down to a Monday night football game where a gentleman died on the field and the game got canceled. And
died or almost died?
I'm talking about DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah, I was at that game.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
You were at that game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was a Monday night game.
Bengals-Bills game.
Yeah.
And I had, like, the two guys that were in the championship had guys playing in that game, and it was a really close. And so we ended up having dual champions for the season.
Oh, really?
One guy in my league is pissed.
Yeah, I would have been too.
Yeah.
I'd have been like this. No.
But it's not a $50,000 prize either. Yeah. It's only like,
Real quick, though, what was it like being there?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing stopped. Nobody knew what was going on, and then they canceled the game.
It was, I'll tell you, it was the loudest I'd ever heard the stadium when we went up, because the Bengals went down. People forget, they went down and scored a touchdown immediately.
Right.
Like the Bills defense wasn't there. And then I was like, whoa, we're on fire right now. And then the Bills came down and kicked a field goal. Then we got the ball back, and then we were driving that, and I never heard it that loud. And then it just went silent. Yeah. And we knew something was wrong because I saw him stand up and then fall back down. And I go, that didn't look right. And I'm in Joe Mix. I'm in his suite, right? Yeah. And there was a guy in there. I never seen him in there, and he just kept going, "Nah, man, it's like a hamstring. I play football, man. I play college football." He played at like Division III.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And that's all he kept saying the whole time. "Nah, man, I play football." I said, "Dude, they're not playing."
Yeah,
I said, "The aim is up. This game is not going to happen." And we didn't know.
Wow.
We're just there. We don't have the news or anything. We're just going off our phones. And then he goes, "Nah, man. Nah, I play football." I was like, "They're going to the locker room. I've never seen that before." He goes, "Nah, man, I play football. I'll be back." And then when they finally canceled the game, I just looked at him. I said, "Hey, you still play football? You still play?"
Dude, I mean, watching it was bizarre. I was watching on TV, and then Buck and Aikman, right, we're talking about it, and they didn't know nobody knew what to say. Because Hamlin was dead for a little bit, and then they brought him back to life. It was the most bizarre commentary. And then I cut over to ESPN, and people were trying to figure out how to describe what was going on on TV.
Never leaving a stadium.
Yeah,
just quiet. Everybody just walking back to their cars.
Yeah,
nobody. I did see, like, if you had Bill stuff on, I did see Bengal fans. They'll fist pump you. It was kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know.
But it was like nobody was talking. Everybody was just walking. Yeah. That was it. Out of the stadium. It was complete silence the whole time.
It's so statistically, how many times is a situation or like a near death
That's the worst I've ever seen.
That's the worst, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
And it was just like getting struck by lightning. Just the way he hit at the exact time his heart was beating. It was it's literally $1 in a $10 million chance. $10 million.
It was like that. It's like a 5-finger death punch. You know,
right?
Like in Kill Bill. I mean,
well, and he's honest about saying, listen. So you're an athlete. You're playing a grueling sport, and he's back. But I assume that always looms in the back of your mind. You talk about LeBron's kid, you know.
Man,
I mean,
that part.
right? So
Scary.
with that, you know, if you're exerting yourself, especially in a sport like basketball where it's constant, are you always in the back of your mind thinking, you know, am I working another heart attack here?
Yeah. I mean, look at Hank Gathers.
Yeah.
And then now LeBron's son. Like,
Yeah.
That's got to be in the back of his head.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't know how you would get that out of your mind. You'd always be thinking about it at some level.
I assume you have a joke about this in your act tonight.
No, I'm good. I'm going to pass on that.
Joke about Jamie Foxx.
Actually, I saw it, and I haven't seen it, but you posted Jamie Foxx on your Instagram page. Do you know Jamie through the years?
We did a movie. We did a movie called Held Up. Thanks for keeping up.
Doing what I can, man.
No, first movie I ever did was Held Up with Jamie Foxx and
the Oscar-winning movie Held Up.
Oscar winner. Yeah. It was funny because he saw me on stage and then he was like, yo, I got this movie, man. Come by the house. And I went by the house and we hung out. And then he got me the audition. It was kind of like Mind to Lose kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. He looked out. I appreciate it. That was the first one we ever did.
He seems good now. He's speaking. That was the big concern, whether he had some sort of issue with that because you hadn't heard him speak. But he's done a couple of videos where he's talking. He seems lucid and fine.
Yeah, it's weird. I was always in contact with his producing partners, Datari and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I didn't want to text Jamie.
Right.
I didn't know, and nobody ever said like really what was wrong. They just said he's doing all right. That's all he said. And you don't want to pry. You don't want to be like, what happened? They're like, no, he's doing all right. He's gonna be all right. That's all they kept saying. So I'm glad he's okay, man. He's just I think he's the most talented man in the world.
He's incredible.
He can do everything.
Act, music, comedy, all of it. You know.
And when you get guys like Jamie or even Kevin Hart and Dave Chappelle, and then whether they're your favorite stand-up or not, when you're in the room with them, that's when you get it. That's you're like there's a presence about them that just people gravitate to, and you're like, now I know why you're at the top of the food chain.
Oh yeah, Kevin Hart we had on the show a number of times. And there's just something. There's an energy. It's like nuclear reactor level, and you can't argue with it.
I remember, Steve, the first time we had him on, he was still doing clubs like Helium. Yeah. And he had gotten that bit role in 40-Year-Old Virgin, where he's working in he's trying to get the discount. Yeah. And he talked about that. And then not that long after, kind of like Matt Rife, he just, like, they make it to another level, and it's just, it kind of blows your mind a little bit.
It's similar, like, I remember I was in Hartford, Connecticut, and Kev was coming a couple weeks after me, a similar to Matt Rife story. And I was like, oh, Kev's, and I didn't even know Kev was headlining. Yeah. Right? I was like, oh, Kev's headlining, that's cool. And then I went out to some bar and I was talking to these two girls, and one girl's like, oh, Gary's he's here this weekend. She goes, oh, I already got tickets to Kevin Hart. I can't do both. I went, he's here in like 2 weeks. What do you mean you can't do both? That's when I asked the club manager, how's Kevin? And they go, dude, he's almost sold out. I go, oh, this guy just popped. Oh, man. It's like, I never forget. I was like, this, what are you talking about? Can't afford 2 comedy shows.
He played the Link here. You know, I mean, that's you're there.
Yeah, you think? I always say that. I remember I had my agent one time, and I think I did Helium. Yeah. And like 6 months later, I was doing a theater with like Epps or something, right? And they were like, I don't know if you should do that, man. You were just here, and da-da-da. I go, hey, let me just put this in perspective. Kevin did the football stadium, 50,000 people. Even though I sold out 6 shows at Helium, 2,000 people saw me. There's still 48,000 people that are paying to see comedy. I think I'm good to do the theater 6 months later. Right. Only you would think that, Gary. I said, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Well, listen, Gary's in town tonight and tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss him. Helium Comedy Club, and you can go to heliumcomedy.com. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m. But it's great to see you, man. Thanks for checking back in with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good time while you're in Philly. All right, let's hear it for Gary Owen, guys. We're going to break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Let's go.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Each of the houses. All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's
British.
exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
Looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as
guess
well.
in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Oh, my God! Steph is the champion.
They are so evenly matched.
Oh, my
Wait, what was
goodness.
it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4?
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? And apparently an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic. Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it? Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josines for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
The falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper.
to WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Fightins just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Check out the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser, cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. I had mentioned this story because there was a shoplifting story in news earlier this morning. Well, 2 7-Eleven workers in California took matters into their own hands and used a stick to beat a man who tried to steal a trash can full of cigarettes.
I saw this.
It's great.
They beat the crap out of him.
Video of the attempted robbery shows one employee holding the thief while his colleague relentlessly whacks him 25 times.
Wow.
The thief is screaming, okay, okay, pleading for mercy. But he was taken down by the retail workers beforehand. The robber had casually sauntered behind the California convenience store's register with a 20-gallon trash can in tow. He nonchalantly grabs fistfuls of tobacco products, including cigarettes, cigars, vapes, toss him into the bin as the off-camera workers plead for him to stop. And you can hear a guy with the camera say, just let him go. There ain't nothing you can do. They're not going to do nothing. And the bystander took the video, could be heard with the commentary. The green and black-clad worker switches from a defensive role when the thief tries to push past him and orders him to move out of the way while he continues the heist. The employee quickly grapples with the robber, tackles him to the floor just in time for his coworker to appear and deliver 23 brutal blows with what appears to be a broomstick.
Yeah.
The weapon-wielding employee takes a quick break from the whacking while his coworker squeezes in a punch of his own to the upper back of the robber, sending the thief wincing chaotically. And enough, it was to knock over the stolen goods. And the bystander says, that's called whooping your ass. Whoop his ass. Get him. And he said, yeah, I'm done. The robber repeats, saying, I'm going to go. In spite of the surrender, the employee delivers 2 final whacks with the stick, and the bystander orders the workers to free the robber. In subsequent videos shared, the employees contemplate calling the police on the thief, but opt to let him walk out empty-handed. The bystander walks behind the counter and urges the workers to let the man free before berating the man himself, ordering him not to come back or try to steal anything again. So the thief claims that he was beaten so badly he can't stand up and walk out on his own until the bystander calls his bluff, and he said, you better walk tonight. Amid his agonized groans for pleas for his freedom, the thief asks whether he can get a can of soda for the road. The bystander says, what kind of S are you telling me? You do this S and you want a soda? No, get the F out, man. So
wow. It's you got to see the footage. It's pretty wild because even the thief is saying there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do.
So in another, you should see a video clips, a Boston police officer in full uniform was caught on camera coming down a children's slide
at
the newly
God.
renovated playground at City Hall Plaza.
It's the funniest freaking thing I've ever seen.
It's also the fastest I've ever seen anyone go on a slide.
He rockets out and he's face down.
He got a faster ride than he bargained for when he tried out the slide. The video showing the officer tumbling out of the slide in his uniform went viral on social media. Casey, watch the video right here.
I know, I saw it.
Jesus.
Yes. Oh, my God.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu said that she had not seen the video when reporters asked her about it on Tuesday afternoon, but she praised the upgraded play space. The features include the tall slide the officer used. The playground entrance has signage indicating it's designed for kids ages 2 to 12.
I mean, he launches about 30 feet at the bottom of the thing.
The department says the officer was hurt and used his personal insurance for care and did not charge the city for it. But
I was wondering, poor guy.
He got hurt from that. Wow. All right, the person accused of breaking into Lake Tahoe condominiums and fondling the feet of multiple women has been arrested. Mark Anthony Gonzalez was arrested at his residence. And Gonzalez is facing 2 counts of burglary, 2 counts of battery, and his alleged foot fondling escapades. He is accused of breaking into 2 condominiums by unlocking screen doors or unlocked screen doors. And once inside, he positioned himself at the foot of the bed and rubbed the feet of 2 separate adult females.
Man.
Each female awoke from their sleep as the subject was rubbing their feet. Once awake, the females confronted the male subject and he fled the scene. Now, Gonzalez has a history of similar crimes that involve fetish-like behavior.
Yeah.
He was the suspect of numerous incidents, including the theft of women's shoes, trespassing, and sexual gratification during some of those incidents. He was spanking it in the shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, what's that clip? Do you like having your back rubbed?
Right,
Yeah.
I'm looking for that, yeah.
It appeared that that Gonzalez's crimes were escalating in nature.
I got to hear it. Wait a second.
Do you like having your back rubbed?
A Missouri woman with a history of committing bank robberies was found dead in her home last week when police attempted to serve an arrest warrant for failing to appear in court. Officers went to the home of 78-year-old Bonnie Gooch, who served an arrest warrant for failing to appear. When officers knocked on the door, it opened partway, and they entered the home. After entering, they located her body in the rear of the bedroom. Foul play is not suspected. Gooch made news on April 6th after she was arrested for allegedly trying to rob a bank. During that alleged bank heist, she handed the teller a note that read, "I didn't mean to scare you." Police responded to reports of a bank robbery, and while en route, they received a description of the suspect and her vehicle. They conducted a traffic stop on Gooch.
Oh my God. We're looking at the mugshot.
Not too far from the bank, and took her into custody without incident. They said she smelled strongly of alcohol. And Gooch was no stranger to bank robberies. In fact, she was arrested in 2020 for bank robbery and later convicted. Her sentence was suspended, and she was also convicted of robbing a California bank in 1977.
Ooh.
Gooch is what you see when you see her face.
Yeah, no, I mean, she legit looks like the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, and then we'll do
on a bad day.
One more story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with a good one. How about this one? One out of Florida. A woman celebrating a birthday with a drive past Florida's Lake Apopka saw a rotting alligator start to move again. And then things got strange from there. Closer inspection revealed the 9 to 10 foot alligator was actually in the mouth of an even bigger gator.
Holy hell.
Which was dragging it backwards across the lake.
Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Oh my God!
One alligator prepared to eat another, and a stunned Dawn Jarman couldn't help but pull her phone out and start recording.
Were they Russian nesting alligators?
It may have been. She said, I was with two friends, and we just happened to drive up at the right time. We were freaking out. She said, my friends and I thought that it was a dead gator sitting in the water. As soon as we stopped the car to look at it, it started moving, realized there was another gator holding on to the tail. We were freaking out, to say the least. There were a lot of few excitable four-letter words. Florida's male alligators are known to battle over territory and mates, and Jarman guesses it may have been a turf war that turned deadly. That is what I have in our Bizarre File for today. All right, we'll break. We'll return. We'll ask you a lesson question. We'll give you a prize, hopefully. We'll also get into the trash and music news. And don't forget, Word of the Week prize, giving it away this morning as well. Be back in a minute.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on,
come on, Kat.
Come on, jump in, Kathy. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
No.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're
You
part
met
of
what?
this.
No, that's a good chant. Vito Spatafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it out right.
Yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double Dutch.
Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Double dutch.
No.
Double dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
You
No.
don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
Not
Listen, we bring up her dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
Just crashed his motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in that.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program this morning.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
Wow. All the way back.
Man.
Y100, yeah. I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and Steve.
right.
Then
For just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible
Thank you.
board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so sorry you made
No,
one
I
for
need
me.
it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because
Okay.
we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the Connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night, he took a crack at it, and everyone was going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No,
So
I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of archecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'd be really interesting. My God, was it hard.
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
that's exactly
kidding.
what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So we football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling
Yeah.
background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you have to you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds.
MMR, Rockin' in the Free World, that song officially an adopted son of the band Pearl Jam now. Oh. And there's an event. Oh, I'm on it, Case.
Oh, yeah.
There's an event that is coming up tonight with Nick McElwain.
Whoa. Yeah.
Biggest Pearl Jam fan I know.
I'm excited. So they're doing Pearl Jam night at Aikens Oval, right by the Art Museum tonight. It's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. They turn that entire area into a party. And speaking of Neil Young and Rockin' in the Free World, they let me essentially create and curate my own Pearl Jam concert tonight. So I created a set list.
Wow.
Beginning to end, and I built it like a Pearl Jam concert. And there just might be a Pearl Jam cover of Rockin' in the Free World in there. So if you're a Pearl Jam fan, they're going to be playing music all night, and they got a lot of beer specials, and it's presented by our friends at Milk Boy Philadelphia, which is a great bar, a really cool place. So there's going to be a beer garden, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. tonight, Aikens Oval, right by the Art Museum.
That's really cool. And your curated Pearl Jam set.
It's a 30-song Pearl Jam set, and I had a lot of fun with it, and they let me do it. So I appreciate those guys offering that up to me.
Cool. May I ask what the occasion is? Is it a random Pearl Jam
National Beer Day
appreciation evening?
They're doing a few of these. So they're doing a Grateful Dead one at some point, and they're just trying to come up with some reasons for people to hang out. And I've heard that the party that's on Fridays now at Aikens Oval is a really good time. It's like it's a cool hang, it's a cool vibe, and it's supposed to be a nice night out. So we'd love to see you.
Yeah.
Gosh, who could you get to do the Grateful Dead one? I wonder.
Who would even be interested in
Who would
that?
even like that?
All right, 8 till 10 tonight, Aikens Oval. Join Nick and company. All right, today's lesson question, and we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. The question is this: what candy did we have to eat out of our boss's Bill Weston's butt? 215-263 WMMR. We barely remember it at all, but it was mentioned around 7 o'clock this morning. What candy did we have to eat out of our boss, Bill Weston's butt? 215-263 WMMR. Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Monster Mania Con. You can see the biggest names in horror this weekend at Monster Mania Con 55 at the Doubletree in Cherry Hill. Tickets are available online at monstermania.net. What's going on, Steve?
Well, CBS revealing that Big Brother Season 24 fan favorite couple Taylor Hale and Joseph Abden have gone their separate ways. The pair apparently split in April, but were very embarrassed by being the one and only reality show romance that didn't work out.
Oh, my God.
Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, and his wife Sophie are splitting after 18 years of marriage. In separate Instagram posts, Justin wrote that the family will remain close and strong, while Sophie posted a picture of her taking a dump in his air fryer.
Hey!
And finally, despite multiple reports over the past 2 weeks, Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner are still going together and still very much in love. Chalamet says Kylie is all heart and about 25 yards of polypropylene. And that's your
All right, we're going to see if you know the answer to this. What candy do we have to eat out of our boss's Bill Weston's butt? 215-263 WMMR. And it's Bridget that we'll bring up on the phones. Hi, Bridget. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Bridget. So what candy did we have to eat out of Bill Weston's butt?
Was it malt balls?
Yeah, malted milk balls. Yes. You definitely got it. All right, Bridget, hang on. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets to the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. It is so much fun. August 19th through October 29th in Mannheim, Pennsylvania. You can get ready to live the excitement and adventure of jousting nights and royal delights. Buy advance tickets at parenfair.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
Brought to you this morning by Paramount Pictures. Cowabunga, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem is in theaters now. And you can get your hands and shell on the big New Yorker pizza back for a limited time at participating Pizza Hut locations. Motley Crue celebrating a milestone with a multi-configuration celebration of the 40th anniversary of their second album, Shout at the Devil. The band is calling it a limited edition super deluxe box set. The remastered album pack also includes reproductions of the original 7-inch singles of Too Young to Fall in Love and Looks That Kill, as well as 7 rare demo tracks. Originally released in 1983, Shout at the Devil, 40th anniversary, will be available on October 27th.
40th anniversary.
It's crazy. Peter Gabriel has released another new song. It's called Olive Tree. According to Gabriel, it's part of a separate brain-related project and is influenced by his interest in brain reading research.
Interesting.
Like the kind done at Open Water in California.
This is the companion to Dick Fur, his first album, right?
What's Dick Fur? He explained it feeds into the idea that we're no longer these islands that have our own private thoughts, that our thoughts are going to get opened up to the outside world. He's been releasing singles He's been releasing singles during full moons, which means the next one will be due at the end of the month. Olive Tree features a string arrangement and is from his next album, I.O. I was bummed out to hear about this, but he's doing better. Iron Maiden's Nico McBrain says that he suffered a stroke in January, was temporarily paralyzed from his right shoulder on down, and feared that his career was over. But after 10 weeks of intense therapy, he's now back to around 70%. He described the stroke as a minor one, referring to it as TIA, which stands for transient ischemic attack. McBrain posted a video online so the fans could see that he's okay now. He said, "I'm not there yet, but by the grace of God, I'm getting better and stronger as the weeks go by."
Is the projection that he will regain more?
I believe so. McBrain, who's been the band's drummer since 1982, recovered enough to join Iron Maiden's Future Past tour when it kicked off in May, so he's doing well enough to do that. The Replacements will reissue their major label debut album, titled Tim, Let It Bleed Edition. Originally released in 1985, the new box set has expanded into a 55-cut 4-CD set with all kinds of extras. That includes a live album recorded at the Cabaret Metro in Chicago in 1986 and 50 previously unheard tracks.
Wow.
The release date is September 22nd. And then finally, Kyle Mack, our video guru. His band, the FM Band, has got a couple of gigs, and I wanted to mention those.
Oh.
Great band. Oh, that's Kyle. Yeah.
No shine, bro. No shine, bro.
So the FM Band's going to be playing a couple of shore gigs this weekend. Tonight they'll be at the Windrift in Avalon, and the show is at 9:30. And then Keenan's Irish Pub on Saturday, tomorrow at 8 p.m.
And that's a home for them, Keenan's.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot there.
Yeah.
And they're a great band. They're just fantastic.
Yep.
So go see them if you get a chance. Say hi to Kyle. Let him know you listen to the show as well. All right, that's it in music news. We're going to take a break. We will return and wrap up our show for the week. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR.
You know, the WWE and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes.
It's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off,
right? But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock,
Undertaker.
Sure. But you also, I mean, you have your would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
you can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen. We've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it, so a film career in your future, could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah. I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure, yeah.
Can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But then, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. It wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
from architect
from architect?
What do you
engineer?
mean?
Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. My family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. That's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny, though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman, or a wrestler, because essentially in this, what they call sports entertainment, there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still just somehow we think, But that has look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare like that. I actually most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah. They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character, like he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about, and that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody. Yeah. And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that. Yeah. And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. That it's been a year and a half.
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in. Yeah. You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating. Yeah. And suddenly it became, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? This is a
Dirty Honey doing that Dirty Honey thing. A song called Won't Take Me Alive on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. By the way, they're playing the MM Barbecue. And there happens to be a ticket raid. Ooh. It is tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m. at Rita's of Mayfair. 7112 Frankfurt Avenue in Northeast Philadelphia. So stop by there because every 15 minutes, tickets are going to be given away for the MM Barbecue, and not just Dirty Honey, but Finger 11 and Billy Idol and Larkin Poe and Shinedown and Aaron Jones and some other bands and the Preston Steve Show side stage with live band karaoke. We got a lot happening, and it's going to be here before you know it on September 16th. So go get those tickets. Why don't you? Before we do anything as far as wrap-ups go, I would like to congratulate some friends of ours. Voted the best sandwich shop in America by USA Today Reader's Choice, Primo Hoagies. Primo Hoagies. We just found out about that. That is phenomenal.
I love Primo.
Love those guys.
Yeah, I would have starved to death without Primo.
I know, it's wonderful. So congratulations, and pretty wild because they are, in America, they are up and down the East Coast. They don't not every state down the East Coast, but there are stores in Florida and some of the Carolinas, and obviously in and around our area. But that's a huge feather in their cap.
That is
right there.
huge.
So USA Today, Reader's Choice. Congratulations to Primo Hogue. It's a pretty awesome thing. I would like to thank Mr. Gary Owen for being our guest today. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. You can get tickets at heliumcomedy.com. We had a good time hanging out with him. And we had a great time hanging out with Pierre last night, who came out for the Belly Flop Championship.
Great fun.
Wasn't it fun?
Yeah, so cool.
Yeah.
I had forgotten what a good time it was. Because when was the last one?
3 years ago. 4 years ago.
So there's like PC and AC pre-COVID, or BC before COVID and AC after COVID. So it was BC.
Yeah.
I forgot what a great vibe it was. The pool is wonderful. I was thinking because they bring sand into one portion of the pool, and I'm going, I pity the guy that has to work on that pool because that sand has got to get into that filtering system in that swimming pool. It's an odd detail that I would think of, but because I would never. Anyway, but it was great fun.
Yes.
Yeah. We had a nice big crowd there last
Great
night.
crowd.
Yeah.
How was your Pierre Berger?
It was great. Phil is the guy who runs the food truck, and I was trying to figure out how they got that truck inside there.
Right.
Is that there all the time?
Yes. It is, yeah.
Oh,
but there's a gate that opens up where you can get in, yeah.
I was going, man, where did they build it inside there? It's wild, but very cool.
Your thought process is kind of like Casey with the sand, and how did they get that truck in there? Just
Well, you're an engineer once, you're always an engineer.
That's it, man.
I love it.
That's the way you were
tinker,
raised.
You
Yeah.
fiddle, you build, you break down.
Well, thanks for stepping in and being a judge. That was great fun.
Great. And who was the monster guy who won?
Carnage the clown.
Carnage the clown.
Yeah.
They come out to the camp out, those guys.
Yes, they do. Great people.
In these bizarre, fairly frightening clown faces. And I would give him a 10 just for the outfit he was wearing, for the courage that he wore. A very revealing outfit.
Yeah.
There was no hiding any portion of his anatomy.
We had a few revealing outfits.
Oh, yes,
last
absolutely.
night.
You know, did a terrific job as well. Pancake.
Yeah,
Great
sensational.
job. Great job on the mixing board.
Yep.
And Connor was there, and our Emma Marmee, and great fun. I mean, it was easy and fun and lighthearted, and it's like everything life should be.
Yes.
Agreed.
Oh,
All right,
good job, kids.
we'd like to get a letter from you for the word of the week. You ready?
Okay.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
E as in early.
All right, and we now have a word, a 4-letter word. Caller number 7 at 215-263 WMMR. We'll let you jump on and tell us if you know what it is. And if so, we have a very cool prize that we will set you up with. What's happening on this fine Friday morning?
Well, we're going to have one more pair, final pair, I think, of Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away for the second show. That's coming up fast now. Tickets are available for both shows, the 16th and the 18th at the ballpark. We've got Friday night show tickets, which will be cool. We have Workforce Block of the Wallflowers. They're in tomorrow at Parks Casino. There'll also be Hailstorm and Volbeat, because they're down tomorrow at Oceans Casino. So there's some casino shows. And, of course, the mighty Metallica. James Hetfield's birthday was yesterday. And the big shows up in at the Meadowlands Complex, Giant Stadium or whatever it's called, is going to be tonight and again on Sunday night. So, and Brent's going to do a giant 12-pack this afternoon if you're driving home or driving up there, of the various bands who will be there. So that's going to be fun to listen to. But we'll do a block to prime the pump for all of it.
Wonderful. All right, we're looking for our caller number 7, see if we can get a winner. And it is Mike, who we go to. Hi there, Mike.
Yo, how you doing?
Awesome, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
All right, let's find out what that word of the week is.
Love. Love.
Day in the swimming pool.
That is correct, Mike. You got it right. Love is the word, and we are going to give you a 4-pack of 3-day tickets to see Jelly Roll and many other artists at the Tidal Wave Music Festival. It's August 11th through the 13th on the beach in Atlantic City. Jelly Roll is performing live on Sunday the 13th, but you'll get to see every bit of it. All right, buddy?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, man.
You got it. Hang on just a second. Don't forget, tickets are on sale now. TidalWaveFest.com for complete details. You can text Jelly to 39333 for a link to Sarah's recent interview with Jelly Roll and another chance to win a pair of 3-day tickets.
A couple of weeks ago, we got a winner who had graphed out all the times he had tried. Did we ever get that graph?
I did. I got an email from him. There's a lot there, and I will compile that and get back to you of what all the words have been over the past 3 or 4 years or something like that.
He had followed it for years. Tried for years and never won, and then finally won. Which was a glorious thing.
He sent it to me. It's sitting on my desk, so I will get to that. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, we will have Marcelo Hernandez from SNL join us. Margaret Cho will be on the program. Our buddy Ryan Airy from Screen Crush, which is a great YouTube channel. And an old friend, John LeClaire, former Philadelphia Flyer, will be in our studio.
So we 3-on-3 ice tournament. He's a coach for it.
Excellent. We got some stuff stacking up for next week. All right, that is it. We are done. A rage on. Have yourself a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.